This is the Wednesday, April 7th, 2021 morning session of the Portland City Council. Keelan, are you our clerk this morning?
No, it's me, Megan, today.
It's Megan. All right. Good morning, Megan. It's good to hear your voice. Please call the roll.
Good morning, Mayor. Ryan.
Here.
Hardesty. Maps.
Here.
Rubio.
Here.
Wheeler.
Here, under Portland City Code and state law, the City Council is holding this meeting electronically. All members of the council are attending remotely by video or teleconference. The city's made several avenues available for the public to listen to the audio broadcast of this meeting. The meeting's available to the public on the city's YouTube channel, eGovPDX, www.portlandoregon.gov/video, and channel 30. The public can also provide written testimony to the council by emailing our council clerk at cctestimony@portlandoregon.gov. The council is taking these steps as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to limit in-person contact and to promote physical distancing. The pandemic is an emergency that threatens the public health, safety, and welfare, which requires us to meet remotely by electronic communications. Thank you for your patience, your flexibility, and your understanding as we manage through this difficult situation to conduct the city's business. And with that, we'll hear from legal counsel on the rules of order and decorum. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. To participate in council meetings, you may sign up in advance with the council clerk's office for communications to briefly speak about any subject. You may also sign up for public testimony on resolutions or the first readings of ordinances. The published council agenda at portlandoregon.gov/auditor contains information about how and when you may sign up for testimony while the City Council is holding electronic meetings. Your testimony should address the matter being considered at the time. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you are a lobbyist. If you are representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. When your time is up, the presiding officer will ask you to conclude. Disruptive conduct such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being placed on hold or ejected for the remainder of the electronic meeting. Please be aware that all council meetings are recorded. Thank you.
Thank you. First up is communications. Megan, I'll let you take it from here.
206, request of Portland Youth Climate Council to address council regarding energy and climate issues. And we have Lila McLaury on the call.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for providing the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Lila McLaury, and I'm a senior at Franklin High School. I'm here this morning as a member of the Portland Youth Climate Council. Because it has been several months since we have come before council, and as there are new council members, I thought a quick history of the Portland Youth Climate Council might be an appropriate introduction. When the city was considering passing the 100% renewable energy resolution in the spring of 2017, a group of youth who had been working on climate issues brought forward an amendment to the resolution that resulted in the creation of the Portland Youth Climate Council, with the stated mission of providing regular support and advice to the city in meeting our climate goals through strong science-based action. Over the last 4 years, that is what we have worked to do. For nearly 2 years, we focused much of our attention on working towards improvements to the Title 11 tree code, seeking to retain protections for larger trees and to remove the language that allowed commercial and industrial lands to be exempt from tree code requirements. We believe the city's tree protections are stronger as the result of our efforts, though we still have a lot of work to do to protect our urban tree canopy. We were also involved in the formulation of the Climate Emergency Declaration, and one of our major unaddressed concerns had to do with Northwest Natural's role in Portland's future. In response to our and others' concerns about the emission of Northwest Natural from the declaration, a single line was added, stating that the city is expecting Northwest Natural to fully decarbonize its gas pipeline no later than 2050. I'm here today to express our concern that this methane goal is too distant, too vague, and unachievable. As I'm sure you all know, methane is an extremely potent greenhouse gas, and its continued use will not lead us toward a decarbonized future. Northwest Natural and other gas companies around the country are trying hard to cloud the issue by talking with great enthusiasm about renewable natural gas and hydrogen as ways to decarbonize their product. Neither RNG nor hydrogen can live up to the promises they are making. We are continuing to educate ourselves on this issue, and we ask that you and your staff educate yourselves as well. We will be back to talk more about the environmental, health, and public safety risks of methane gas, and hope we can work together to move the city toward electrification wherever possible. We think there are many possibilities and will be excited to discuss them with you. Thank you again.
Lila, thank you. And we appreciate the council's efforts, and we look forward to hearing from you on a regular basis. Thank you.
Item 207, request of Hyung Nam to address council regarding the city's clean and safe contract. And it doesn't look like Hyung is on the call right now, so we'll go to the next item. Item 208, request of Tim McCormick to address council regarding permanent housing options to address homelessness.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, council members. My name is Tim McCormick. I'm the founder and moderator of PDX Shelter Forum and lead organizer at Village Collaborative. I'm here to testify about shelter to housing continuum, but also really what is the next stage in our thinking and reaching the goals of it. Now, I know it might seem like at this point, we've all heard plenty about S2HC and we're down to settling a few details. But I'd like to make a case, first of all, that there are some key points still in play that we need to get right. And second, perhaps more importantly, that this is really just an initial stage of a longer term exploration, since we're just hardly beginning any new projects with the code. And we may just be beginning to learn what works and what the needs and potentials are. Also, I believe it's really key in the next year how we carefully join and extend this work with some other key initiatives, in particular, residential infill project part 2, which is just beginning, and then budget and funding issues. So backing up a step, I wrote an Oregonian op-ed 2 weeks back, you may have seen, along with the leader of Afro Village PDX, Laquita Lanford, and the chair of Interfaith Alliance, Les Wardner. The title in print says, Open New Paths from the Streets to Permanent Housing. Now, what I was trying to particularly emphasize here is the goal here is continue a more transition path from homelessness to housing. And I'd like to suggest that possibly in certain ways, this has actually been somewhat under-addressed in S2HC. What S2HC does mostly is create new shelter, not create new housing. There's one way that it does, and that is the provision allowing vehicle residences, including tiny homes on wheels. And I want to stress this is a key breakthrough with potentially big significance, and let's not let that chipped away. And please do not encumber this with requiring fixed sewer connections, which would often be very expensive, inflexible, non-adaptive in disaster, and not unnecessary. But going beyond the vehicle home provision, I ask that we think about how do we actually build concrete, widespread, low-cost housing, building upon what we've done. And I want to particularly point your attention to and begin our thinking about RIP2. And I'm sorry, looking at the leg. And now, as you know, the reason we're kicking that off is to comply with state law, requiring us to implement cottage clusters. And so over the next year, we need to do this for state law. And there's a huge opportunity to take our thinking about villages and outdoor shelters and steer them into this new planning effort that is actually building a new form of permanent village, which you could call cottage clusters. So what I'm hoping is that at this early point in that project, we can give some steering to planning and invite the public to say, what's the next phase of villages and outdoor shelters, and how do we create widespread, low-cost, flexible housing that is permanent and isn't merely shelter? Thank you for my time, and looking forward to working on this.
Hey, Tim, could I ask you a question? This is
sure.
Is Do you have a specific model, or is there a website link, or how can we get more information if we want to follow up and see what your vision is with the cluster village? Where could I see that information?
Sure. Well, there's a couple things. It's unfolding because it's rulemaking that's beginning at the city. Mm-hmm. But I guess a good encapsulation could be something that I and a team created starting in 2018, which we called New Starter Homes Project. And this was actually initially a grant application for Meyer Foundation, and has continued on. And basically what we envisioned there specifically is a model where you have almost like a municipal housing portfolio or fleet of low-cost homes that are deployed potentially as like cottages or accessory dwellings. And they're aimed specifically at the lowest income residents and homeowners. So I'm trying to think. I mean, it's like bit.ly Levitate Town, punning on Levittown. But I can send you those links and materials. So that's an encapsulated sort of presentation on that point. That
would be helpful. And if you just wanted to send it to the council clerk the same way you signed up, she'll get it to us. That'd be great.
Okay, sure. Be happy to do that.
Awesome. Thanks for testifying, Tim. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next item, 209, request of Anthony Tassoni to address council regarding police body camera analytics. It doesn't appear that Anthony is on the call. So we will go to 210. Request of Paula Dooley to address council regarding shelter to housing continuum project.
Hi there, I'm Paula Dooley. I really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I've been a tax-paying citizen in Multnomah County since 1994, and I pay over $15,000 in property taxes, not including my state income tax. Portland is on the edge of complete collapse, and you in City Council, Mayor Ted Wheeler, Commissioner Carmen Rubio, Commissioner Dan Ryan, Commissioner Joanne Hardsey, and Commissioner Mingus Maps, you will be forever remembered in our history books as either the ones that saved our city or the ones that drove the final nail into the coffin. One of these outcomes will be your legacy. In order to save Portland, immediate action must be taken in the form of cleaning it up and relocating all homeless camps to a specific designated area. That place will need services such as toilets, showers, garbage, and access to mental health and transportation. Historically, the city has handled the homeless in what I refer to as a whack-a-mole type approach. The city cleans up a camp only for them to show up in another place. And this approach is expensive and doesn't solve the problem, and history has proved this to be true. Here are my ideas to solve this. Choose a designated homeless area and set services up. For example, there are 2 massive buildings with parking lots for rent on Northwest Front Avenue, just south of Yeon. The city could rent these properties and have them be designated specifically for homeless camps. Start with a 2-mile radius around Pioneer Place, and anyone camped in that vicinity must leave. Provide those camping within the radius 1 week's notification that they must vacate by a specific date. Once those inner city homeless camps have been removed, the city would follow up with power washing and graffiti removal. After the inner city core has been cleaned up, the city must widen the initial 2-mile radius and tackle the homeless camp problem and repeat the same procedure above. If we clean up our city, tourists will visit and businesses can come back. Downtown businesses must be priority number 1 because without them, this city has no future and is destined for complete collapse, which affects every single person living here. You on the city council, you hold the keys to our future right now, and you've only got 2 options. 1 is to allow the city to collapse for years to come. 2 is to clean it up and thus bring businesses back. Each of your personal reputations is at stake, and with summer fast approaching, the window of opportunity to fix what's happening is quickly closing. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. And if I could just chime in for a second, because the suggestions that you've put forward are the ones that most people migrate towards. In other words, I've heard this suggestion many times, and I agree that from a logic perspective, it makes a lot of sense. The idea that there are certain areas where people should not camp, and there may be other areas where it is appropriate for people to camp. And I appreciate your approach being one where you say, and let's allow people to camp in an area where they have access to hygiene, maybe navigation services to housing or substance abuse treatment or mental health services or whatever services one may need, employment services and the like. That would then allow us to strike a balance between a humanitarian approach to people who are currently living on the streets in what are, in my opinion, very substandard conditions, and it would allow everybody else to continue to go about their activities as well, whether it's people who live in areas or work in particular areas, particularly the downtown. So I want to be clear that what you're saying makes really good sense, but it's not as easy as anybody thinks. There are zoning restrictions, and this council has taken up the shelter to housing continuum that you just heard about. That is in fact an effort to rewrite our zoning code to create more flexibility in terms of where sanctioned managed camps could be located in the city. The second area that complicates this is legal agreements and constitutional issues. And without getting into a lot of that, just take my word for it that there are both issues that have been raised by the Ninth Circuit Federal Court, as well as some legal agreements that the city had entered into some time ago that require certain notifications, certain practices and policies to be in effect. We are also working within those confines, but I want you to know that this council is unified in finding strategies that are humanitarian, that as quickly as possible and as humanely as possible move people off of the sidewalks and out of public right-of-ways and out of areas that might be environmentally sensitive or wilderness areas and into alternative sanctioned, managed opportunities that connect people to the services they need to get off and stay off the street. So I want you to know, I hear you. A lot of what you say resonates with me. But it's not that we are being fools that we don't see it or that we don't recognize the value in what you're saying. There are just many impediments that stand in the way, and slowly we are knocking those impediments aside. But I really appreciate your being here and expressing your thoughts today.
Thanks, Mayor Wheeler. I really appreciate your time. And I just think as a taxpaying citizen, it is the #1 issue our city is facing, because without cleaning up our downtown, we're not going to have, all the tourists come back. And Portland used to be so beautiful, and we need to bring businesses back. Like, businesses need to be prioritized because they bring the money into the city. And without them, our city is going to collapse. There's just no question about it. It's collapsing now. You can all see it when you drive through the city.
I share your urgency, and I see Commissioner Ryan shaking his head vigorously.
Yeah,
we're with you, and we're working in that direction. And I ask for patience and forbearance as we overcome the many obstacles that stand in our way.
Well, if there's anything that I can do to help you guys, Tristan at the council clerk's office, she's fantastic. She's got my contact information, and I understand this is a massive undertaking. I really do. And if anything I can do to help what you guys are doing, I really want to step in and be a part of the solution.
Awesome. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, and thanks for taking some time with us today.
Thanks, Mayor Wheeler. I appreciate your time, and everybody on the commission. Thank you.
You bet. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Mayor, we have Hyung Nam on the call now from item 207.
Great.
Okay, so just again, request of Hyung Nam to address council regarding the city's clean and safe contract.
Good morning.
Kyung, can you unmute yourself?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound great. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Hyung Nam. I'm an organizer with Portland Metro People's Coalition, and I'm speaking again this week following it and haven't received a response to about the renewal of the Clean and Safe contract. So I'm also a public school teacher, and we know from good reporting from the Oregonian that crisis arrests are of unhoused people. And especially as a public school teacher, this is just horrible. We struggle with school funding, and we're spending enormous amounts of money, millions of dollars every year, booking people repeatedly, suffering from the housing crisis, and then incarcerating them, which makes it even more difficult for them to come out of their suffering from the housing crisis. And Clean and Safe is one of the things that feeds this entire system. So we issued this letter. We have a lot of, we've been speaking with local journalists. There's a lot of interest in seeing what the city council is going to do, considering the auditor's recommendation. And we're calling for a public process to really hear, especially from those who are suffering from the housing crisis the most, about how we will change this system, that this audit, that which, by the way, won a national award, has pointed out is seriously problematic. We know that some of the journalists that we spoke to are very concerned that Portland Business Alliance has actually violated state laws regarding nonprofits in funneling money from Clean and Safe to PBA. We cannot renew this contract. We need to have a public forum to discuss this and to see what we can change. We also have more organizations that have signed on to this. So I am, this letter represents the voices of organizations, including 350 PDX, the ACLU, Hygiene for All, Oregon Justice Resource Center, Portland Jobs with Justice, Portland Independent Business Bloc, and Portland Metro People's Coalition, Stop the Sweep, Sisters of the Road, and Western Regional Advocacy Project. We really look forward to hearing your response and working with you to stop this irrational system of oppressing people and costing huge amounts of money for the city, the county, and the state. Thank you.
Young, thank you for your testimony. And I know at some point, I don't have the details, but I know at some point that contract does come up before the city council again. I don't have the exact date on that, but I welcome your input and your thoughts. And thank you for being here today. And I'm sure you're aware these are, the contract is one thing, and I certainly will have questions based on what I've read in the media about that specific contract and the specific arrangement and terms. But I also hope you had the opportunity to hear the testimony from the individual who testified before you to sort of give a sense of the different competing interests and balances that are at stake here as we talk about the homeless crisis and safety and livability issues, as well as the desire for our employers to be able to prosper in this community. There's a lot of meaty issues here, and I really appreciate your perspective, and I look forward to hearing more from your group on the specifics of this contract. Thank you for being here today. All right, so with that, we'll go to the consent agenda. Megan, have any items been pulled off of the consent agenda?
One item was requested to be pulled, item 215, but I believe that item is being referred back to your office. Is that correct, Mayor?
That is correct. Can you read 215 and I'll just formally pull it back?
Perfect. Authorize the Director of the Office of Violence Prevention to execute special appropriation grant agreements.
So I'm pulling this back to my office, colleagues. With that, please call the roll on the remainder of the consent agenda.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty. Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Here, consent agenda is adopted. Well, I don't mean here. Well, I am here, sort of, virtually, but I also vote yes. So the consent agenda is adopted. This is what happens Commissioner Maps before I finished my coffee. All right, we'll go to the first time certain. Looks like we're over the threshold. Item number 211, please.
Proclaim April 2021 to be Fair Housing Month.
Commissioner Ryan.
Sorry about that. I'm here. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Council. It's an honor to gather together in acknowledgement of progress made and the work still left to do in fair housing. We have known that access to safe, affordable housing is not equitable for all of the people that call Portland home. In fact, all of our neighborhoods still remain unaffordable to Black and Indigenous Portlanders. As we face the realities of COVID-19 pandemic, we see the injustices within the housing systems, our healthcare systems, and our economic structures compounding this crisis. Fair housing is one of the ways in which we can actively fight these inequities, but the impacts of housing access for the elderly, our disabled, our historically disadvantaged community members cannot be understated. At this moment, the access to, quality of, and stability of one's housing determines so many of our day-to-day realities, as many of our public spaces remain largely shuttered. Home is a nexus of how our community can continue to organize, to work, to educate, and it can also be a determining factor of who is left behind. As we proclaim April Fair Housing Month, let us not underestimate the impacts fair housing has had on a relic of past achievement, but rather active commitment to overcome our greatest challenges. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Director Callahan, who will introduce our guest presenter. Thank you, Ala Alonso, Director of Fair Housing Council of Oregon, for being here. I turn it to you, Director Callahan.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Shannon Callahan, the Director of the Portland Housing Bureau. Today, as we honor the 53rd year since the passage of the Fair Housing Act, as Commissioner Ryan noted, the COVID pandemic has accentuated its importance to address discrimination in housing and housing opportunity. Many members of historically disenfranchised communities are facing even greater housing instability as rent and mortgage debt continues to stack up. The city and our community-based partners are addressing these issues through efforts of direct assistance, education, and increased housing opportunities. And the city's rental services office has continued to operate as a helpline for renters and landlords as they navigate through layered and complex eviction moratoria. But the need to address systematic issues of racism that affect people's housing opportunities and housing stability persists. By working with our community and community-based partners like the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, we can address these inequities and build a healthier, more resilient Portland to empower our communities to demand fair access to housing for everyone. I'd now like to introduce Alan Lazo, the Director of the Fair Housing Council of Oregon. And if we could, please advance the next slide. And Alan, are you on the call?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Director Callahan. And good morning, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. I'm Alan Lazo from the Fair Housing Council of Oregon. Happy Fair Housing Month. I have to say, what a year it has been since we were right here in the space again for my favorite day at council, as I've said to others in the past. And I know that a year from now, when we get to Fair Housing Month next year, that we will be back in chambers to meet these young artists that we're going to talk a little bit about today and provide them that experience of engaging with you all in that space. And I'll also be able to appear before you in council chambers in a suit like I sometimes do, rather than here in my basement in my sweatpants. So we have that to look forward to. And like so many folks over the last year, I've spent the last year walking through my neighborhood with our new COVID-19 rescue dog and seeing, like so many others, the prevalence of Black Lives Matter signs throughout our neighborhoods. And one of the ones that's really spoken to me over the past year is the one that says, listen, learn, change. And I have to say that my sense is that over the past year, we have done an ample amount of listening. We've learned plenty, and we are at that moment where it is time for us to really bring forward the change that work in like fair housing can bring in our communities. we know that upholding the ideals of fair housing as they were envisioned by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. more than 53 years ago becomes one of those pathways forward to creating vibrant and resilient communities. We know that that history of housing discrimination and racial segregation that Dr. King fought against so valiantly plays a role in exacerbating these crises that have both kept us apart from one another and also brought thousands of us together into the streets demanding racial justice. But knowing that history has translated into so many of today's inequities also gives us the hope that by forging ahead with this resolve to truly change these underlying systems, that together we can achieve justice. There are many things that I've been greatly encouraged by working in partnership with my fellow citizens, with my colleagues, and with all of you at the city. I'm really encouraged by the reformed and engaged Fair Housing Advocacy Committee. And of course, this morning, we're here to talk about the young artists who brought forward their vision for our theme this year, that it's fun having all kinds of neighbors. So with that, let's advance the slides and take a look at the poster contest awardees that come from the Portland and Multnomah County regions. And I'll just introduce their names and a little bit about each of them. And I know that some of them are probably watching out today. So first of all, thank you all to all the young artists out there who participated in our Fair Housing Contest and brought forward their visions for these really wonderful neighborhoods. So the first poster awardee here is Sham Alayush, a third grader at Patrick Lynch Elementary School. When he would like to be a doctor when he is older, and his favorite subject in school is math, and his favorite hobby is playing outside. Good for you, Sham. The next awardee is Jack Williams, who is a 7th grader at Reynolds Middle School. Shout out to the Reynolds School District. I'm a Reynolds alumni. He wants to be a veterinarian when he's older. And his favorite subject in school also is math, and his favorite hobby is playing video games. Our next awardee is Rosa Schumann, who is a 3rd grader at the Ivy School. She wants to work at NASA. Wow, all right, there you go. And I guess that is why this drawing looks like it might come from outer space a little bit, huh? Wow, that's amazing. Her favorite subject in school is math. I'm not sure what's going on with the students these days. Math, huh? All right. And her favorite hobby is actually doing math. And she says that she does math all the time. Wow, that's impressive. Our next awardee is June Affaman, a 5th grader also at the Ivy School. She wants to be a cartoonist, filmmaker, actor, and drummer. Her favorite subject in school is art, and you can see the beautiful piece of artwork that she brought forward here. Her hobbies also are reading, drawing, and hanging out with her family, which of course we've all had plenty of time to do over the last year. And finally, our grand prize awardee is Annalise DuPont. Her wonderful vision for very diverse, inclusive neighbors is shown here. She is a 4th grader at Beverly Clearly School, and she wants to be an architect, an author, or both, and that's perfectly fine when she grows up. Her favorite subject in school is science, and her hobbies are drawing, and unsurprisingly, as seen in this drawing here, watching anime and building in Minecraft. So those of you with tweens and teens will recognize the anime-inspired art that she has here. So with that, I'll pass it back to the mayor or Commissioner Ryan to read the proclamation. I just want to say again how grateful I am to all of you, to all of the young artists for continuing to push for this vision of a community that we know can help us get through not only today's crises, but the next crises in front of us, if we can create those vibrant and inclusive communities that we all so greatly desire. Thank you.
Alan, thank you. And I just want you to know, you don't have to dress up on our account. Sweatpants are fine. So, colleagues, Alan, I think you're muted. Are you still muted? There we go.
Yes.
So I'm going to take a moment, Alan, to hear from my colleagues. Then I'll make a statement. Then we'll read the proclamation, if that's okay.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Great. Yeah, thank you for being here and testifying. We sure appreciate it. Commissioner Mapps, you're up first, then Commissioner Rubio.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Ellen, for that great presentation. The same to the director, too. I'm delighted to join you today in declaring April Fair Housing Month. Our actions today are rooted in the Federal Fair Housing Act, which was signed on April 11th, 1968, just 2 days after Martin Luther King was buried. And those two facts are not a coincidence. The Fair Housing Act made it illegal to discriminate in housing based on an individual's race, color, national origin, or religion. In 1988, the FHA was amended to include the protected classes of sex, familial status, and disability. Now, the intent of this act was to end segregation in our housing markets. For context, think of this. Think about the neighborhood that you live in. The odds are pretty good that you live in a relatively homogeneous neighborhood. In other words, you probably look a lot like your neighbors. That didn't happen by chance. Even here in Portland, racially segregated neighborhoods are a product of policies and practices which have historically excluded people of color and other marginalized Portlanders from living in certain communities. These discriminatory practices used to come in the form of racial covenants, which were written into the deeds of homes. These covenants basically prevented the sale of homes to people of color. Here's an example of a racial covenant that was written into the deed of one Portland home. Quote, "No person of African, Asiatic, or Mongolian descent shall be allowed to purchase, own, or lease said premises." Racial covenants are not the only tools that have been used to segregate Portlanders by race. Other examples include discrimination in the rental market and discrimination in the mortgage markets. And I also want Portlanders to realize that housing discrimination is not ancient history, even here in Portland. Evidence and lived experience suggest that housing discrimination continues to run rampant in Portland. For example, our friend Alan, who works with the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, does some important work evaluating the level of racial discrimination that we find in Portland's rental market. Now, I want to do a little thought experiment with everyone who's listening to this call. How often do you think Alan finds evidence of discrimination in the Portland rental market? Do you think that we find that 5% of the time, 25% of the time, 50% of the time, more than 50% of the time? I'll give you like 2 seconds to pick a number. And the answer is the Fair Housing Council of Oregon found that between January 2018 and June 2019, there was evidence of racially or discriminatory practices in 48% of the Portland real estate transactions that they studied. Obviously, this is unacceptable. And that's why it's important that Portlanders recommit ourselves to the principle of fair housing every April. And also, friends, I want to say this. This is probably the most important fair housing month that Portland has ever seen. COVID has devastated our economy. Thousands of Portlanders are behind on their rent. Houselessness has exploded. While Portland's economy has turned a corner, we are not out of the woods yet. That's why last week this council voted to extend the housing emergency. And that's why this council has worked so hard to bring new initiatives and solutions to homelessness, like the shelter to housing continuum. And that's why nearly every week, Commissioner Ryan comes before this council with updates on new affordable housing projects which are coming online. And that's why it's important that every April we commit ourselves to the principle that Portlanders should have access to safe, affordable housing. And in closing, if you're a Portlander who's experienced housing discrimination, I encourage you to reach out to our friend Alan and everyone else over at the Fair Housing Council of Oregon. They can connect you with the resources that you need to protect your rights in the housing market. You can find the Fair Housing Council of Oregon at fhco.org. That's fhco.org. One more time, that's fhco.org. If you need help, Alan and his crew will set you up. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I will turn it over to my colleagues.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Mapps. Next is Commissioner Rubio, then Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor, and also Commissioner Ryan for bringing this important proclamation forward. And also Alan and the students for that inspiring presentation, and the art is amazing, awesome to see. But also Alan for your important work to ensure that everyone has fair and equitable housing access. I just want to echo the comments so far my colleagues in conveying the urgency around our housing crisis. We all know that the pandemic exposed all the great inequities that exist in housing. And even though we quickly reacted with policies like the moratorium on eviction and rent assistance, the truth is that our need is greater than our resources. So we need to continue to be strategic and targeted in all our housing work, and ensuring that there's an environment of equity in that work as well. It also means addressing upstream issues that brought us here. So we must continue to push for federal support and leadership for more housing support, and also more mental health support, economic opportunities so that people can afford to live in Portland and thrive here as well. So honored to support this resolution today and proud to recommit to housing justice in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio and Commissioner Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Professor Mapps, as well. That was a great history lesson in the Fair Housing Ordinance, the Fair Housing legislation. It's funny to think it started in 1968, so I appreciate that. I also just want to thank you, Alan, for being here today. You really lifted up the room, and especially, as Commissioner Rubio mentioned, the artwork. So I was especially taken with Rosa Schumann at Ivy School, who loves math and wants to work for NASA. So that's inspiring. It's a good day. And I made my other remarks earlier, but I just want to acknowledge our guest. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. So before I read today's proclamation, I'd like to just say a few words. First, this year I'm missing my colleague, Cupid Alexander, who some of you certainly know, who's now the Neighborhood Housing and Human Services Director for the city of Spokane. He used to get the whole office pumped up every year for Fair Housing Month. Cupid, as many of you know, is a man of history. He's a fierce advocate for righting our community's many disparities. And he is mentioned frequently when we're talking about fair housing. Portland was active and complicit in harming communities of color by excluding them from homeownership and generational wealth building opportunities, denying them access to educational resources, jobs, and healthy neighborhoods, and perpetuating segregation, displacement, and harmful stereotypes through our zoning code, deeds, covenants, lending practices, public housing, and urban renewal. And when somebody says to me that those rules were changed years ago, so structural racism can't exist anymore, I just say, look at the facts. Look at the facts of today. 37% of Black households own their own home, compared with 68% of white households. 55% of Black households spend more than 30% of their income on housing, compared to 35% for white households. The disparity is greater for households with children, 62% versus 37%. Native American represent 2% of the population, but 5% of the homeless population, and they're more likely to be unsheltered than members of any other race. Black individuals represent 3% of Oregon's population, but represent fully 6% of those experiencing homelessness. The Civil Rights and Fair Housing Act of 1968 were hugely controversial and divisive during their time. That's probably familiar to those of you who are watching the racial justice reckoning that is happening today. We're huge in this reckoning today because we still have these significant disparities that exist around access and around outcomes. To show progress in reducing these disparities, we cannot be passive in our strategies. We must be proactive. And we're making steps with the North-Northeast housing strategy, the recent distribution of CARES Act funding, which prioritized BIPOC communities, and other policies. But I think all of us acknowledge we still have a lot of work to do. Lastly, I want to thank my co-sponsor and housing commissioner, Dan Ryan, housing director Callahan, and Alan Lazo. Thank you all for your presentations today, and thanks for the great work you do in the community. And with that, it's my honor to read the proclamation. Whereas the Fair Housing Act, enacted on April 11th, 1968, was adopted to prohibit discriminatory housing practices, undue racial segregation patterns, and provide equal access to housing opportunity for all. And whereas in Portland, the combined federal, state, and local civil rights laws protect people from housing discrimination based on race, color, national origin, religion, gender, familial status, disability, marital status, sexual orientation, source of income, military status, gender identity, ethnicity, or history of domestic violence, stalking, or sexual assault. And whereas decades of intentional and unintentional government action combined with systemic inequities across all sectors have created the need for displacement, prevention, and mitigation policies. And whereas this year, Portland prioritized displacement mitigation strategies such as a moratorium on evictions, direct assistance to our communities, and leadership from those who are the most impacted. And whereas, despite these legal protections and strategies, Portland residents and communities are at risk of displacement more than ever before. And whereas, Fair Housing Month is an opportunity to reflect on our successes and on our failures to build resilient, inclusive communities. Whereas, we celebrate the passage of the Fair Housing Act, let us recommit ourselves to eliminating discrimination in housing by better understanding the barriers to housing choice, acknowledging the intersection of health, economic, and housing inequities, dedicating resources to meaningfully address disparities, adopting policies that support our community's most vulnerable residents, measuring the impact of our efforts, and creating more housing that welcomes and celebrates people of all abilities, races, cultures, and incomes. Now, therefore, I, Ted Wheeler, Mayor of the City of Portland, Oregon, the City of Roses, do hereby proclaim April 2021 to be Fair Housing Month in Portland and encourage all residents to observe this month by joining the citywide effort to realize equal housing opportunities for all. Thank you. Thanks, Alan.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, commissioners. Thanks, Shannon.
With that, Megan, we'll move to item 212, time certain item.
Authorize $150,000 total in grant funds for the East Portland Action Plan 2020 Special Appropriations Grant Program to improve livability and increase civic engagement in East Portland.
Colleagues, the East Portland Action Plan, sometimes called EPAP, is charged with providing leadership and guidance to public agencies on how to strategically address community-identified issues and allocate resources to improve livability for neighborhoods in East Portland. EPAP, through its grant program, gives away half of their annual budget for organizations and groups working in East Portland to assist with accomplishing the EPAP action items. This source of funding is helpful for small community groups and projects working to address disparities. Today, we're going to hear from EPAP's grant cycle program on their recommendations for the 2021 grant cycle. These projects include 8 projects through their grants program and 12 awards to their community support fund. I also have a statement, colleagues, that I'd like to read on behalf of Commissioner Joanne Hardesty. She is the council's liaison to the East Portland Action Plan. And this is her statement. I'm excited to continue the City of Portland's partnership with the East Portland Action Plan as they work to increase community engagement throughout East Portland. While I'm not here today to vote in person, I am in full support of authorizing these grants for the East Portland Action Plan. As an East Portland renter myself, I'm looking forward to working with EPAP to ensure that we center those historically left out of city government as we emerge from this pandemic. And with that, we will begin our presentation by the EPAP grants team. Good morning. I think we have J.R. Lilly and Bobby Imbasu and Robert Schultz, if my notes are accurate.
Yes, good morning, City Council and Mayor Wheeler. Yat J.R. Lilly and Chef, Tachi Ni Nishla, Central Kenneth Bashashin, Tachi Ni Dasha Chedo, Tabahan Dashanella. For those who don't speak Navajo, my name is J.R. Lilly. I'm part of the Red Run to Water people, born for the Cliff Dwelling people. Pronouns are he, him, and I am the East Portland Action Plan advocate. So thank you. I'm very excited to be here today. Today we'll be presenting about our East Portland Action Plan grants program with hopes that in this calendar year, our whole EPAP team will be able to share more with the council about the amazing work we're doing in East Portland. Through this ordinance, we're asking for your approval for our 2021 grants recommendations. These projects have been vetted by our process, and we believe these funding these projects will help create a better East Portland for everyone. In case you didn't know, according to the 2017 census data, we know that 1 in 3 youth in under 19 live in East Portland. About 2 in 5 foreign-born folks live in East Portland, and we have the largest increase in transit riders. We also know that East Portland is the only district where poverty has increased since 2010, with half of all Portland families living in poverty live in East Portland. To share more about our process and the funding recommendation, pleased to introduce our co-chairs of our volunteer co-chairs for our community grants program, Bobby Yamasu and Robert Schultz. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. I am Bobby Yambasu, a resident of East Portland and co-chair of the EPAP Grants Committee. I'd like to give a brief update on our work. First, the committee used to meet only around the time of the grants application and review work. We now meet monthly. We use our meetings to process the feedback from the community, both as to the grants we offer and the format we use. In the last 2 years, we have striven to make the process and the application easier to understand and complete. Thus, we have rewritten parts of the application to more closely align to both the scoring criteria and what we expect to see in the grant proposal. We also provide application support sessions and most recently pre-submission review of applications if requested. In addition, last year, we began a new funding source for small projects in the East Portland area. Due to some overflow funds from changes to meeting protocols and some grants that could not go forward due to the pandemic, we were able to establish the Community Support Fund. We made the application as simple as possible and limited the funding to projects costing up to $2,000. During the 2020 cycles, we had 2 of them. We limited projects to needs raised by the COVID-19 pandemic. This year, we are again running 2 cycles, during which the applicants could receive up to $3,000 per project. The first cycle is completed and is included in the presentation today. The second cycle ended on Monday. The applications were due on Monday, and we will be meeting to review those in the near future. This year's applications were not required to be tied to the pandemic, though about half of them are. The needs are great in East Portland. One of those needs is around healthcare for various immigrant groups. I would like to highlight one such need. This one was from the Oregon Somali Bravanese community, a new community reaching out to us this year. The project will support a Bravanese Somali health education program for 35 Somali Bravanese through monthly health education sessions focused on different topics. These sessions will help community members meet their basic needs of improved and linguistically accessible health education and will foster healthy community connection by bringing the community together in a space where they can discuss health challenges, share resources, and provide support. They are asking for $3,000, which if you pass the ordinance today, we will receive. And with that, I will pass it on to Robert Schultz.
Good morning. This is super exciting for me. I love talking about EPAP grants and what we're doing at EPAP. Super cool. And I always like to be in front of you fine folks to be heard by the powerful of Portland. So it's cool to see you guys. I'm Robert Schultz, full-time single father of 3 amazing youth. You'll notice that I wrote a bunch of stuff down. I'm sorry, normally I'm better if I just talk, but we got this, so we're gonna go with this. I live in Southeast Portland. I hold the position as one of the EPAP co-chairs for the grants committee. One of the wonderful things about EPAP is we have the empowerment of so many of us by being co-chairs and such. So this is a position that allows me to come here and speak to you fine folks and talk about the actions happening in East Portland, the actions that make East Portland a better place to live. It's a position that allows me to advocate for our community with a focus on those that are commonly not in the room. At least that's my personal want. That's just one thing that's amazing about EPAP, community leadership from unlikely folk that would otherwise be ignored, unseen, and in some cases, not even allowed to speak. I suggest to those watching or listening that is well worth your time to visit EPAP and see what we are all about. But I digress. Let me share with you our application process. Bobby touched on some of this, but basically when someone is applying for funds, they start with an idea found in the community and they approach EPAP. The conceptualist is met with an application and a helper in the form of our EPAP advocate, our only paid staffer, and our grants committee, and additionally our grants committee of volunteers. From that point forward, they have an avenue to answers and can even, gosh, I'm sorry, my writing here is horrible. I better just talk. So effectively, they have an avenue to guidance and support that often grant programs don't provide. So we do. And so what they do then is they fill out their application, they submit it. As Bobby noted, they can pre-submit it to get a review prior to an official submission. It's a step that is not commonly seen and something we just recently implemented. And then they apply. So once they apply, it comes to our committee. We review it. We're all community members. We run a variety of economic levels and ethnic backgrounds. I'm not going to play cards with who's who and break down those ethnicities, but I tell you, it's a very diverse committee that's open to everybody. So we entice EPAP members at just about every general meeting to come join our committee. It's a common thread at EPAP to be invited to many subcommittees. With that, we use the consensus process. So we gather virtually in this case, and we talk about each application. If a member has an issue, hey, I don't see where they have a fiscal sponsor, then we talk about that. If they run into an issue where, hey, this project is actually something redundant to something somebody else is doing, it's really where the informed community members have an opportunity to weigh where the funds go in some of these programs. We also, of course, use a grading criteria. That criteria is given to applicants prior to their submission, so they know what we as a committee are grading on. And then a decision is made with the use of the consensus process, which is effectively, if nobody disagrees, we move forward. It's a phenomenal, sometimes hard to manage model that really empowers an individual to hold things up if they see something is dramatically wrong that maybe in their view needs to be adjusted. And we're encouraged as a group to work with that person. Hey, what is it that would make this go forward? What is it that we could do to make this better? And to me, that's one of the amazing things of EPAP. I'd like to take just a moment to reflect on the incredible community members that took part in our scoring process, something that involved about 20 hours of volunteer time. Though Bobby and I are co-chairs, we are part of a team of volunteers, and we'd like to give special thanks to the following community members that gave their time to this process. And that would be, and I'm sorry for butchering names, which I probably will, Leila Asim, Michael Cummings, Jennifer Breedlove, although she has a different last name now, so I apologize, I'm using her former last name, Adriana Jovia, and Mustafa Finney. They sat in on the scoring sessions and looked at this first. So when our grants then get handled by us, they then pass the consensus and go to the larger membership to review them all. And it's the same model, right? Everybody, anybody that doesn't, sorry, it's a little clunky. If you disagree, you can hold up the process. If everybody agrees, it moves forward, right? Let's see here. I apologize. I was all ready for this. And then my daughter was hungry, and you know how it goes as a parent. But at any rate, these projects offer amazing support to East Portland, and over the life of EPAP have become rather vital to the success of our community. Seen in our community support fund with the culturally specific food assistance during the most critical times of the pandemic, found in the community events such as the Jim Pepper Festival, seen in language support with new groups like Alif Ba, and even sewing projects designed to help folks have a chance at a cottage industry. Projects like the ones we have presented to y'all today not only support and build our community, they hold it together, especially when times are tough. We all know that when hardship comes, those hit hardest are the poor, undereducated, like me, those that are new to the landscape, and those that simply don't have a network of support. Several of these grants build that needed network of support, and others maintain it. I see I'm probably short on time now, so I'd like to go over a couple grants. I'll just do two. One that particularly caught my attention. Last year, they started their first round. This is their second year, the Columbia Slough Watershed Council. The project basically started with a recognized need to react to a specific community. They found folk, often immigrants, often from the Slavic community, were fishing in the Columbia River Slough and needed to be appraised of the risks of eating that fish. They offer support in the form of language-appropriate written materials and also guided tours with that community to address that issue. The other one that I get super excited about, so you just have to bear with me, because if I haven't brought enough energy, it's about to go stratosphere. Family backpacking. This project gets me really excited because I'm an assistant scoutmaster of a rather large troop, and I believe in the fundamentals of what they're offering here. These folks, Tammy, Francis, Nellie, and Leslie, started as a group of friends and expanded their community to include others, and then expanded further, and now are trying to get like officials. They found a fiscal sponsor in the form of the YWCA, and then they came to EPAP to receive funds. And what they're trying to do is just take families and kids that are economically disadvantaged into the woods. Like, it's so simple, but it's so hard, because when you outfit gear, I can tell you that like the gear my kids carry is about a $400 investment seen over 5 years, right? A backpack is $150, a sleeping bag, $200. Like, I could go down the list. It's all relatively expensive. So they're going to provide some gear to take these folks out, and with a definitive outreach to the impoverished communities of East Portland, and then just show them like, hey, this is how you camp. We can see in immigrant communities and minority communities, a lot of fear is associated with just going into the woods, right? You see some folks, we just had this lengthy conversation I was involved with the other day. If you have to cross a border in troubled times through the desert, why would you want to go camping, right? If you're financially unstable, why would you want to go into the woods? Well, that's what they're offering. There's science behind it that says if you're suffering trauma, if you go to the woods, it can help. If you go explore some of these amazing parks, it can just give you a better perspective. And in fact, like, give you a better life, reduces stress on your heart, all this kinds of crazy stuff that we do in scouting as part of an organized effort. And these guys want to do with any unconventional family structure that wants to be part of it. It's really a great effort that gets me excited. These are the kinds of things that the EPAP grants offer that are not seen anywhere else. It's the lowest rung to get funds, and it's the most local to East Portland and the most empowering to our community. And so with that, I appreciate you guys tolerating my high energy and poorly written materials, but yeah, we're asking for your support, and it's an exciting thing to be part of. So hopefully you guys can share some of that excitement as you approve this, and we get to do more wonderful things. And of course, Bobby and I and JR, we're here for any questions that you may have. Of course, we love to talk about EPAP, so, throw some questions.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the testimony. And I love that energy and enthusiasm. So thank you for bringing it. Colleagues, any thoughts or questions that you'd like to raise at this particular moment? And if not, this is, Commissioner Rubio has a question, and then Megan, I'll ask also if there's public testimony.
I just wanted to appreciate all your work, but also just to ask you really quickly, how hard was it to make the decisions and how many applicants did you get?
This is always a challenge, and I'll let Bobby speak to this as well. You know, one of the things that EPAP struggles with is recognition. You guys can all help us by helping get the word out that we exist and that we have these funds. When we get applications, they're usually really good. And in some cases, we have to say no because they don't meet our criteria, like if they don't have a fiscal sponsor. Typically, that's why we've aligned this process to kind of meet that ahead of time by saying, hey, send the application so we can find ways for you to do it rather than reasons not to. Bobby, would you like to comment?
Yeah, it depends on the year how many applications we get, and what it's for. So I know last year with the Community Support Fund, our brand new thing, I think we funded 21 of those, and I don't think we denied any of those. This year, because some restrictions that actually the city of Portland has, some of our traditional people who apply did not apply. And so we didn't have as many. That's why you only see 8 grants. It is difficult sometimes to make the decision because you really like a project, but as Robert said, sometimes they don't fit the criteria. And so hopefully then JR gets the lucky job of having to tell people whether they got it or didn't get it. But we do provide them with reasons why they didn't get it. And hopefully they fix those and can apply in the next grant cycle. So that's something that we try to do is to help them learn how to, fill out. It's a pretty easy grant, but to help them fill out the grant stuff and get that pre-review that we've now instituted, I think is very helpful.
Well, and to tag along with that, what Bobby's referring to is the city of Portland under the special funding division says 2 years funding, 1 year waiting. So that's what she's alluding to, is that that becomes then an obstacle for us when you have someone like the Jim Pepper Festival who's been routinely relying on EPAP. Then the transition into the other funding, the journey of EPAP recently, that creates a little bit of an obstacle, and we would love your help in overcoming it so we can keep funding folks like that. So
thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. Megan, any public testimony on this item?
No one is on the call for this item.
All right. Well, I just want to say how much I appreciate the work of everybody who testified today, and I think that it's pretty obvious that the special appropriations funding has had a significant impact in the past over the last 2 years, and it will continue to have a significant impact going forward. So thank you for that. With that, I'll call the roll.
Ryan.
Yes, good morning, and thank you, Robert and Bobby. Your enthusiasm was infectious. I'm in a better mood now that I've listened to both of you, and I'm really excited that we are getting this money out ASAP. Great work. And so I support this, and I'm glad that we put it on as an emergency so we get the dollars moving and get the impact that you need in East Portland. Aye.
Maps.
Like Commissioner Ryan, I want to thank JR, Robert, and Bobby for this great presentation. I'm a huge fan of EPAP. I've watched the changes that you've brought to East Portland over the years, and very much admire the creativity, the energy, the innovation, and the grassrootiness of what you do. It's a real pleasure to partner with you on this important grants program. I want to try to work on the grants issue that Robert talked about. I'm not sure if I understand all the dynamics there, but let's connect. And with that, I'd like to vote aye.
Rubio.
Thank you to JR, Bobby, and Robert, and EPAP for all the work you do to improve quality of life and civic engagement for East Portland. Like my colleagues mentioned, your love and enthusiasm for this work and this program is clear and came through very strongly. I also want to appreciate each of the grantees for their commitment to the community. And I'm really excited about the projects they propose because we really need them right now in our community. So greater investment in East Portland is a significant priority for this council. I've heard that over and over again in my short time here. So I would love to stay connected with you all and also follow up on that grant situation and troubleshoot that with you. So I'm happy to vote aye.
Wheeler.
I vote aye. The ordinance is approved. Thank you all. Terrific.
Thank you, everybody.
Presentation. Thank you. Thanks for being here. With that, Megan, item 213, please.
Appoint and reappoint members to the Citizen Review Committee, an advisory board to the city auditor's independent police review and the Police Bureau's internal affairs.
Colleagues, today we're considering the city auditor's appointment and reappointment of members to the Citizen Review Committee. It's an advisory body to the city auditor's independent police review and the Portland Police Bureau internal affairs. The city auditor has nominated 17 candidates, including 5 new members, 3 current members who are being reappointed, and 9 alternates. We have candidate bios and statements to the city council that are in our materials. I want to thank the volunteers for stepping up into this very demanding volunteer role and for giving their time and their talent to Portland's civilian police oversight system. I know some of the members are present at today's meeting, and I understand that a few of you would like to address the council on why you would like to serve on the Citizen Review Committee. And I just want to say that's fantastic, and we really appreciate your being here. And so with that, I'd like to invite Candace Avalos, Vadim Mazriski, and Yume Del Agato to share a few words, and maybe they could also help facilitate their proposed members and members' testimony as well. So welcome. Candace, did you want to go ahead and start?
Sure. Hi, good morning, Mayor and City Commissioners. My name is Candace Avalos. My pronouns are she, her, and I was an educator at PSU, but I'm currently transitioning into a new position. When I first joined the CRC in 2017, I had no way of conceptualizing the importance of our work and the impact that it had in Portland. But after a few years of navigating City Hall and the police accountability structures, I now know how important police oversight is to the city and the people that the city serves. I wish to continue serving on the Citizen Review Committee to further our ongoing projects, help with the transition into our new voter-approved police accountability system, and build stronger community partnerships to foster trust and public confidence in our government institutions. I believe my experience in advocating for change in the Portland community through my involvement in various organizations, as well as my lived experience as a Black and Latina millennial, will help bring a unique perspective to the work of police accountability. Thank you for the opportunity to continue to serve the city of Portland in this capacity, and I look forward to our collaboration on improving oversight of Portland police in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Candace. And Vadim Mazurski. Vadim, are you?
Yes, hello.
We can hear you, Vadim. The mayor's frozen at the moment, but
oh, okay.
We should probably just carry on.
So, Mayor, City Commissioners, thank you very much for the opportunity to serve on the Citizen Review Committee. As you all know, the CRC volunteers conduct important work in reviewing complaints against the Police Bureau and participate in use of deadly force reviews on behalf of the Police Review Board. My fellow volunteers spend numerous hours each month performing the various duties entrusted to them by the city. And I'd like to thank all of them. And specifically, I'd like to thank Candace Avalos, who has been tireless in leading the CRC over the last couple of years, as well as other numerous contributions to the city. I don't know how much Candace must spend on Zoom fees every month, but I do hope it's a tax deduction because she's been working very tirelessly. I'm proud to have served with her and the other members of the CRC. But I also like to recognize the staff on the IPR who have supported us every way along the way. I think they have shown the highest levels of commitment and professionalism. Ross Caldwell, Director of IPR, Dana Walton-McCauley as the Deputy Director, Irene Konev, who has been working for long as the outreach coordinator for IPR, but in various other capacities at this point in time because of attrition, and David Nguyen. I volunteered for the city in various capacities, and in my opinion, they have upheld the highest standards of commitment to the organization, as well as being impartial and unbiased in the way that they carry out their duties. During this time of transition, I realized that there's a lot of change that'll happen in the near future with respect to police oversight in general and the IPR and CRC specifically. And I do hope City Council keeps in mind the work that IPR has been doing as this transition occurs and is able to retain that institutional knowledge and that level of professionalism that the CRC and the volunteers benefit from day in and day out. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate being reappointed. I think the work we do is very important for the city, and I hope I will do that to the best of my abilities. And I'd like to pass it along to Yume Delgado, one of our new members.
Should I go? Mayor Wheeler, commissioners, my name is Yume Delgado. My pronouns are he, him, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this morning. I was born and raised in Portland, and I think I feel perhaps more acutely than many what a privilege it is to call oneself a Portlander, to try and build a life for yourself here along the banks of the Willamette and the Columbia. And that's why I view it as both a profound honor and a solemn responsibility to be called to service on behalf of the city that I love so dearly. While I can't presume to speak for the other 4 citizens that are to be appointed as new members of the CRC alongside me, I know that the 5 of us, much like the 5 of you on City Council, come from different walks of life and no doubt differ at times on what we think is best for the city or for police accountability. But I also believe that we, like this body, are bound by a common dedication to the public good, a dedication that in our case has called us to the slow, sober work of police oversight. We know that this process is not without its limitations, but we also know that this work must continue until any successor agency is put in place. So on behalf of the 5 of us who are to be new members, I want to say that if we are appointed to the Citizens Review Committee, I hope and pray that we will help to foster public trust and to ensure fair treatment for all Portlanders, both civilian and police alike. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yume. Very good. And are those all of the members who are up for appointment or reappointment who would like to speak, or are there others on the call? I don't see anybody's hand raised. I think that is it.
It's just the 3 of us, I believe, Mayor.
Okay, great. Thanks, Yume. I appreciate that very much. Good. Colleagues, any questions? Otherwise, we will vote. This is a resolution. Looks like we're ready to take the vote. These are compelling candidates who need no introduction. Very good. Megan, please call the roll.
Mayor, we have 3 individuals from the public signed up to give testimony.
Oh, I am totally sorry. I apologize for that. Public testimony. Sorry to those of you waiting patiently. Why don't you call the first individual, please?
First up, we have Christopher Pekarsky.
Welcome, Christopher. Christopher, are you there? Why don't we call the second individual, Megan?
I don't wish to testify, I'm sorry.
Wait, there you are. Go ahead, Christopher.
I do not wish to testify, thank you.
Oh, you do not? Okay, thank you. Appreciate your presence. Next individual, please, Megan.
We have Richard Colbell.
Hi, Richard.
All, I am not interested or prepared to give any testimony, but I'm really pleased to be part of this process and look forward to working diligently with all of you and the city of Portland. So thank you once again.
Awesome. Thank you, Richard. We appreciate your being here and your support for the effort.
Next, we have Edith Gillis.
Hey, Edith.
Hello. I am so delighted that after all this work to have police accountability and democracy of the last over half a century in Portland, and so many conflicting resources and rules and turfs, and so hard for different offices to work through this and confusion in the community, to have people trust this process, get involved. And we have a wonderful range of people, from those who've been working as a judge to those that have, I mean, we have the widest range. It's not just artificial Benetton colors, pretend representatives. Thoughtful, caring, compassionate, courageous, innovative people. I had hoped to have more representation from people who are unhoused and denied their basic rights as housing. And I'd hoped to have more representation from those who have suffered, lived experience of being stuck in pain and fear and what we call mental health crises. But I love Candace. Who couldn't totally love her anyway? But we have a great slate of folks. I want you to keep supporting them, and I want to expand the voice and the power of those who are still not included, and support that transition as we expand to what's going to be coming on the 4/5 rule. So again, I just thank you so much for having this, for thinking about this, and being humble enough to rethink and repent and reform our systems. I'm done.
Thanks, Edith. Appreciate your testimony. All right, with that, colleagues, any further questions, comments before we call the roll? This is a resolution. Megan, please call the roll.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I believe we have one last person on the call to give testimony.
All right, good.
Dan Handelman, are you there?
Hello, this is Dan Handelman with Portland Cop Watch. I'm sorry, I accidentally hung up before when you started calling for public testimony. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak today. We've been following the CRC since before it existed. I think it's great that there are going to be 9 alternates, so that there's the possibility of CRC being able to continue functioning completely, fully staffed, as it were, up until the time the new system is in place. There has been resignations that left 3 seats open in September. The applications that you're looking at were filled out in September of last year. I'm glad there are people who are still willing to serve, even though they had to wait 7 months to be appointed. We have always been noting, as these applications come before you at City Council, that we don't have any particular concerns about most of the candidates. The ones who are being appointed, particularly, we don't have any concerns. There's one alternate who is a former district attorney who, in their application, talked about setting up drug-free zones in Gresham as an accomplishment, and that's something I'm really concerned about. But at this point, this person's an alternate, so we'll have to see how that goes down the line. The appointments today will make it so that the CRC will have 6 female members, 1 gender-neutral member, and 4 males. There used to be a problem where there was majority of men on the CRC, so it's a good gender balance. Again, and for the first time, I think in 3 or 4 years, there are 2 of the members who are being seated today are over the age of 50. There had been a problem at the beginning where most of the members were retirees and there were no young people, and then the pendulum swung the other way. And so of the 17 people being nominated, 7 of them are over 50, and 2 of those are getting appointed. So they're, getting some age variation for the first time in a while. I do want to echo Mr. Mozerski's note about how important it is to make the transition between IPR and the new system very smooth as possible. I understand that most of council is very supportive of that. I know the auditors put forward some proposals about her budget, and I really want to reiterate what we said previously, which is that there should not be a strong cutoff date for when the IPR is going to end. The IPR should be able to function right up until the time the new system is in place. And you all need to work together to make sure that will happen. I have to note that this item normally would have been introduced by Auditor Hall Caballero, but it was introduced by the mayor today. I know there are things going on among the members of our elected officials, and we just need to make sure the work gets done to benefit the people of this community. And I appreciate the opportunity to test. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, and I apologize for the confusion earlier. I accidentally called the roll before I called for public testimony, so I'm sorry that you had to disconnect and reconnect. That wasn't my intention, obviously, so thanks for your testimony. We appreciate it. Very good. Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I want to acknowledge the leadership of Candace, Vadim, and Yume, and thank you for your testimony today. And I just want to call out a couple of people that are stepping up to volunteer many, many hours for something that is so important. The voters did speak on this recently. They want police accountability. We will ensure a smooth transition. And knowing people that I've known for a couple of decades, such as Jessica Katz and Greg Griffin, joins the group gives me a lot of enthusiasm. I vote aye.
Maps.
I'd like to thank everyone who volunteered to serve on this important committee. We really appreciate your service to our city. I vote aye.
Rubio.
I want to thank Candace, Vadim, and Yume for presenting, and everyone who testified, and also the new appointees for taking the time to apply, and also committing themselves for a 3-year term, as well as the dedicated members who are up for reappointment for another 3-year term. This is really important and thoughtful work, and we appreciate the way that you approach this work. I also just wanted to say that I was really pleased to see the list of community partners that were engaged in the recruitment for this work. And my hope is that the members continue that great engagement with these community partners. Happy to vote aye.
Wheeler.
Well, I want to share my colleagues' gratitude to Candace and Vadim and Yume and to everyone who worked so hard on this process. And I've got to just say something that goes, I know we have sort of a following on YouTube and Channel 30 and elsewhere. People may not appreciate fully how much work goes into this oversight function, and that maybe won't recognize that the people who are doing the lion's share of the work are volunteers. They're community volunteers, just like Vadim and Candace and Yume. And they dedicate hundreds and hundreds of hours of time and energy in what's a very high profile position, and sometimes a controversial position. And I want to acknowledge that and just say, none of the three of you or anyone else who serves has to do this. You're all smart people. You're all very accomplished. You could be doing any number of things and probably getting paid for it as well. But you've chosen this. You've chosen to serve the community and serve an important role and put yourself, frankly, in the arena. And I just want to acknowledge that. And I want to thank you for that. That speaks to your character, as well as your commitment to and your love of the community. So thank you for that. I vote aye, and the resolution is adopted. The appointments are approved. Thank you. Next item, we're now on the regular agenda, colleagues. Item number 221.
Authorize price agreements for on-call land survey services to support design and construction of sanitary and stormwater collection systems, treatment facilities, and watershed restoration projects in amount not to exceed $10,500,000.
Colleagues, this is a second reading. We've already heard a presentation and had opportunity for public testimony. Is there any further business on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll, Megan.
Ryan.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The ordinance is adopted. Item 222, please.
Amend contract term with Versaterm Inc. for application software support and increase compensation in amount not to exceed $5,990,000.
Colleagues, there's still discussions ongoing around this item. I'd like to pull it back to my office, please. Item number 223.
Amend provisions of city building code to clarify permit abandonment, expiration, extensions, and reactivation.
Commissioner Ryan. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the second reading. My apologies. This is a second reading. We've already heard a presentation and public testimony. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Aye.
Rubio. Wheeler.
Aye. The ordinance is adopted. 224.
Accept and appropriate $19,647,973 in emergency rent assistance program funds for United States Department of Treasury.
And colleagues, this has been rescheduled, this item, to tomorrow at 3 p.m. time certain. Is that correct, Megan? It's 3 p.m. time certain?
Yes, 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Very good. Item 225, please.
Amend Joint Office of Homelessness Services Intergovernmental Agreement with Multnomah County to authorize FY 2020-21 revised budget allocation to the Joint Office of Homeless Services and extend term to June 2022.
Commissioner Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. In 2016, the City of Portland and Multnomah County signed the first intergovernmental agreement to create the Joint Office of Homeless Services. The Joint Office has been a pivotal partner in our response to secure shelter and housing for our homeless community members and save lives throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and during the historic winter storms this year. This ordinance will do two things. First, it will provide additional funding in the 2021 fiscal year to support physical distancing at COVID-19 emergency shelters and expand the supply of shelter. Second, it extends the intergovernmental agreement for 1 year. We are at an inflection point in our housing crisis and in the way we provide services to houseless individuals and families. Extending the IGA gives us time to consider the new resources the Here Together measure will provide to create efficiencies and improve role clarity with our esteemed partners at the county. With that, I turn it over to Director Callahan with the Portland Housing Bureau. She and Director Mark Jolan with the Joint Office are available for questions. I turn it over to you, Director Callahan.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. I think you gave a good synopsis of what's in the intergovernmental agreement. As you said, Mark Jolan and I are here to answer any questions that Council may have. Thank you.
Colleagues, any questions? I'm not seeing any questions. Is there any public testimony on this item, Megan?
No one is on the call for this item.
This is an emergency ordinance. Please call the roll.
Ryan.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The ordinance is adopted. Item 226.
Approve application under the multiple unit limited tax exemption program under the inclusionary housing program for 3114 Southeast Belmont Street Apartments located at 3114 Southeast Belmont Street.
Commissioner Ryan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, we have 3 multi-unit limited tax exemption applications today, items 226, 227, and 228. All are emergency ordinances, and I ask us to consider approving the multi-applications for 3114 Southeast Belmont, Cooper 52, and Gibbs Development. I request that these 3 items be read together. Is that possible to read the second and third ordinance for the record at this time?
Yeah, go ahead, Megan. 227 and 228, please.
227, approve application under the multiple unit limited tax exemption program under the inclusionary housing program for Cooper 52 located at 6865 Southeast 52nd Avenue. Item 228, approve application under the multiple unit limited tax exemption program under the inclusionary housing program for Gibbs Development located at 1325 Southwest Gibbs Street.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I will now be turning this item over to staff for their detailed presentation. I think Matthew Scheibold is here to give a brief presentation and available for questions. Matthew?
Thank you, Commissioner, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Matthew Schaubold with the Portland Housing Bureau. So I am here, as was mentioned, to present 3 projects under the city's inclusionary housing program, one of our long-term land use policies to ensure economic inclusivity and racial inclusivity in neighborhoods across the city. As always, at the Housing Bureau, we lead with race, and we want to be transparent and upfront about which communities can afford to live in which neighborhoods in the city, and where we have more work to do in order to make sure that we have inclusive neighborhoods. You've seen this information before. I'll touch on it briefly. We continue to see new inclusionary housing units move through the permitting process into construction and open in order for buildings to have a range of affordability. The 3 projects that I'm here to present to you today are here on this map, as mentioned: 3114 Southeast Belmont, Cooper 52, and the Gibbs development. So looking at the first project, it is 3114 Southeast Belmont is a 5-story residential only building with 25 units. The developer has opted to provide 8% of units at 60% AMI, yielding 2 inclusionary housing units. And the Housing Bureau is recommending this for approval as the affordable rents are at a significant discount to the market rate rents, exceeding the foregone property taxes. The second project is Cooper 52, which is a 3-story residential only building with 25 units. And again, the developer has chosen to provide 8% of units at 60% AMI, yielding 2 inclusionary housing units. And similarly, the affordable rent max is at a steep discount to the market rate rents, and thus the affordability savings exceeds the foregone property taxes, and we are recommending this for approval. And the third project is a Gibbs development project, which is an interesting project, different from some of the ones we've seen. It is primarily family sized. It's a 5-story residential only 27-unit building, providing 2 and 3 bedrooms. The developer has chosen to provide 8% of the units, 60% of the median income, yielding 2 inclusionary housing units. We do want to note that they are 2-bedroom, which is why even though the foregone property tax revenue is more than the rent discount for the first 10 years, given that it is a 2-bedroom and we are in high needs for affordable 2 bedrooms, and the rent savings over the 99-year period of time the collective value far exceeds the property tax exemption. So we are also recommending this project for approval. With that, both Dory Van Bockel and I are available to answer any questions.
Colleagues, any questions? I'm not seeing any. Does that complete your presentation on all 3 of the items, Matt?
It does, Mayor.
Okay, can we call for public testimony, please?
No one is on the call for this item.
All right, good. Then, once I pick my glasses up off the floor here, please call the roll on item 226.
Brian.
Yes, 3114 Southeast Belmont, Cooper 52, and Gibbs development bring the total number of private sector buildings in the inclusionary housing permit approval pipeline to 121, restricting a minimum of 951 units in otherwise market rate developments. I vote aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. Ordinance is adopted. 227. Call the roll.
Ryan.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Aye.
Wheeler.
The ordinance is adopted. 228, please. Call the roll.
Ryan.
Aye.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The ordinance is adopted. Item 229, please.
Amend contract with Arrigo Software Technologies, Inc. for an additional 5 years for the continued use of the capital project management software system in the amount of $784,000.
And this is Commissioner Maps.
Mr. Mayor, colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to introduce you to this important project. The Portland Water Bureau's Engineering Services Group manages 50 to 70 construction contracts every year. These are valued at over $250 million. Each of these contracts requires project budget and resource management. To manage this work, the Water Bureau uses special software designed to keep these projects on track. The software streamlines and improves collaboration between contractors and the Portland Water Bureau. The Portland Water Bureau would like to extend the current contract for another 5 years at a cost of $784,000. This is crucial to supporting ongoing and upcoming projects like the Washington Park reservoirs, filtration facility and pipelines, corrosion control improvement projects, and the Willamette River crossing. Here today to tell us more about this important work, we have Water Bureau Chief Engineer Teresa Elliott and Design Manager Jody Inman.
Thank you, Commissioner Maps, and good morning, council members. I'm Jody Inman, Design Manager at the Portland Water Bureau. Commissioner Maps gave a great introduction, but the action before you today is to amend the contract we have with Arigo Software for an additional 5 years for the continued use of their capital project management software system in the amount of $784,000 over that 5-year period. As Commissioner Maps mentioned, the Water Bureau manages a large construction portfolio, and each one of those projects requires project budget and resource management, for which we use this Arigo Software capital project management system. This system handles project documents using automated workflows and approvals, schedules resources, and provides mobile access. Use of this software's consolidated business processes streamlines collaboration between contractors and Water Bureau staff. It reduces redundant data entry, increasing efficiency and reducing opportunity for error. Eliminates our need for paper-based work and printing, reducing our carbon footprint, improves timeliness and efficiency in project reporting and delivery, and provides increased transparency and access to project records. 100% of this contract is with Arigo Software Technologies Incorporated, who is a certified subcontinent Asian minority business enterprise. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Colleagues, any questions? Any public testimony on this item?
None for this item.
Anything else anybody wants to add for the record before I move it to second? This is a first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading. Thank you. Next item, the last on the regular agenda, item 230.
Authorize bid solicitation and contracting with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for construction of the Washington Park hydrochlorite facility improvements project. Sorry, hypochlorite.
Commissioner Maps. Nobody would notice, Megan. Commissioner Maps.
Mr. Mayor, colleagues, this project is fundamentally about providing our friends and neighbors who live on the west side of Portland with clean, safe water. In order to do that, the Washington Park hydrochlorite system is needed to increase the concentration of water disinfectant for areas supplied by the Washington Park reservoirs. This process is called boosting. Boosting ensures consistent, safe, and reliable water. This facility will also be upgraded to serve as the chlorination system for the new reflecting ponds that are going to be part of the Washington Park Reservoir project. And here to tell us more about this important public health measure is Jody, Design Manager with the Water Bureau. Jody.
Thank you again, Commissioner Maps. Good morning again, all. Again, Jody Inman, Design Manager at the Portland Water Bureau. As Commissioner Maps indicated, this project before you today for improvements to our Washington Park hypochlorite facility is a critical project for the Water Bureau. The Washington Park hypochlorite facility is located within the Washington Park Reservoir Improvement Project construction site, and the facility was constructed in 1981, is in poor condition and is no longer operational. It is a critical part of our system in giving us the ability to increase the concentration of the disinfection system or disinfection for areas supplied on the west side, including downtown Portland Industrial, Northwest Industrial, and Southwest Waterfront districts. This helps us enable that disinfection is consistent and retained throughout the farthest reaches of our system, ensuring consistent, safe, and reliable water. In addition, this facility will be upgraded to provide chlorination to the new reflecting pools. This project will not impact work the Water Bureau is doing as part of the improved corrosion control project to reduce lead from home or business plumbing. The scope of this project includes removing old equipment and installing new storage tanks, chemical feed pumps, piping, a new emergency shower, electrical and fire sprinkler system. Some building upgrades, including replacing select doors and ventilation, are also part of the project. All the work will be within the existing building except for the door replacement. Project is scheduled to be advertised in spring of 2021, with construction scheduled to begin in August 2021 and completed in August of 2022. The estimated cost of the construction contract is $1,300,000 with a high confidence level, as our project is at 90% design. The project will be delivered by design bid build, lowest bid method, and certification office for business inclusion and diversity, co-bid involvement, will be considered in accordance with procurement services goals and requirements. The Portland Water Bureau strongly encourages bidders to make good faith efforts to hire local co-bid contractors and local minority and women staff to exceed low bid aspirational goals. The Portland Water Bureau is making new connections and seeking new avenues to make the co-bid contracting community aware of upcoming projects earlier, to facilitate connections with primes and give time for smaller firms to prepare. The project, as it is located within the Washington Park Reservoir Improvement Project construction site, will be encompassed by those ongoing construction activities, and construction of this project will cause little to no additional impact to the public visiting Washington Park or the nearby residents. Project outreach to the public and nearby residents will be conducted before, during, and after construction as part of the ongoing Washington Park Reservoirs Outreach Plan. And again, I'm here to answer any questions.
Colleagues, any questions? Not seeing any at the moment. Is there any public testimony on this item, Megan?
None for this item.
All right, last call before I move it. This is a first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading. Thank you. And last but not least, we had one item pulled from the consent. Well, it's not last, we have our 4/5, but we have our consent agenda item. Keelan, could you please read the one that was pulled?
Mayor, that was 215, which was referred back.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I moved that back to my office. It didn't actually get pulled. So hold on for 1 second. Colleagues, Commissioner Hardesty would like to join us for the 4/5 item. She won't be available till 11:30. I'd propose we recess for the next 12 minutes and reconvene at 11:30 unless anybody has strong objections. Not seeing it. Megan, we're in recess until 11:30 a.m. As the Portland City Council, and I see we have Commissioner Hardesty is on the line with us. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, for being here for this 4/5 item. Megan, please read the 4/5 item.
Amend the FY 2020-21 budget to allow for expenses in the Office of Management and Finance, Office of Violence Prevention, and Portland Parks and Recreation to increase staffing, programming, and resources for community-based organizations to reduce the impact of gun violence in our community.
Colleagues, Portland gun violence has spiked starting in the late 2019 timeframe, and it increased even more over the last summer. It's a devastating rise. From January to May 2020 of last year, there were just 3 gun homicides. From June to December of 2020 last year, there were 41 gun homicides. From January to the end of March 2021 of this year, just 3 months, Portland has already experienced 25 gun homicides. The work the council is poised to approve today aims to reverse these bloody trends, save lives, reduce injuries, and prevent gun violence from happening in the first place. This work aims to ensure that Portlanders can trust that Portland neighborhoods will be safe again, but also that our policing and public safety will be transformed based on our collective community values and thus more trusted. More trusted so that our best and our most compassionate, community-minded police officers will want to keep working for us, and that other like-minded applicants, especially BIPOC applicants, will want to join the Portland Police Bureau. And to those many community-minded Portland Police peace officers who work for us every day with compassion and respect for all, thank you. for your public service. Last year, we created a new office, the Office of Community Safety Transition. Recently, we hired its first director, Mike Myers. As this ordinance lays out, this new office will help guide systemic change in all of Portland's public safety bureaus, looking for ways to save money by integrating fiscal or other business operations between bureaus and helping to create a public safety transformation plan for the city. For change to finally happen, like never before, this public safety transformation process must be built on a foundation of transparency and humility. We must acknowledge that our state and city have a racist and white privileged past, and too often that seeps into the present. As laid out by EPAP, the Interfaith Peace Action Collaborative, whose members you're going to hear from shortly, quote, Oregon and local policing are steeped in a history of racial injustice and inequity, and that generations of communities and community members in Portland have been adversely impacted by this history, specifically Black and brown men. Racial justice is not a stagnant issue of the past, but an ongoing challenge requiring profound culture and policy changes. The needs of victims, survivors of injustice, and marginalized communities, in addition to offenders who perpetrate harm, are too often overlooked by our system of justice and public policy. Too often, the concept of accountability has been narrowly equated to punishment or limited to sanctions and to prosecution. Our criminal justice and police accountability system must do more to improve restorative practices which aim at cultivating an understanding of harms, harm impacts, restitution, cultural change, moral re-engagement, and positive social reintegration on the subject of policing and racial justice. The current mechanisms for police accountability don't make enough space for restorative justice values or processes. So for all of these things, and the past, and the ongoing harms that they continue to cause, I, as your mayor, want to apologize. And more pointedly, I apologize to Portlanders of color, particularly for Black and brown Portland men. Too often, over many decades, you have been the victims of an unfair state and local law enforcement system that has mistreated you and even killed you. Again, to those who've been mistreated, to the loved ones of those unfairly killed, my apology on behalf of the city. It was wrong, and it must stop. My apology comes with actions to begin to address the disparate impacts. That change starts now. That's why, with the focus on our gun violence reduction efforts, the policing portion of that will be community-centered, community co-created, community guided, with weekly meetings with police and community, with the creation of a new independent community oversight committee with its own analytical staff. Our peacemaking efforts also lean into evidence-based and deep-rooted systems change work, improving the police bureau with every step we take on the path to save lives here in the city of Portland. The days of arbitrary, heavy-handed violence prevention tactics like stop and frisk are over. We will create a new community-centered police partnership to make Portland safer from gun violence. The approach we are launching today focuses on and invests in community, a relatively small number of groups that commit most of Portland's gun murders and shootings will be the focus. According to the latest detailed independent research, about 55% of gun shooters or victims in Portland have some kind of social connection. About 50% of the recent socially connected gun murder victims were Black, African American, and 10% were Latinx. It's estimated that only about 100 Portlanders are involved in gun violence. Although Black men comprise only 2.5% of Portland's population, they are 43% of the victims and shooting suspects. That's why local leaders in Portland's Black, African American, and Latinx communities demand that our gun violence carnage be addressed. It's why I and others on the Portland City Council have taken up their cause. For their passionate and heartfelt tenacity in seeking action on gun violence, I want to thank the Interfaith Peace and Action Collaborative known as EPAP. Among this big EPAP group, I also want to highlight my thanks to Pastor Matt Hennessy and Antoinette Edwards, who consistently acted with determination and dignity. I'd like to thank Nike Green of the Office of Violence Prevention team, along with the city outreach contractors who every day are out there trying to keep the peace. Thank you. And finally, I'd like to thank my city council colleagues who, because of their collaborative approach and hard work, made this work possible. Thank you. And with that, I will turn this over to Commissioner Rubio. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. A wise leader that I once worked for and that I had great respect for used to say that everyone has a role in creating a safe and thriving community. And this is the spirit in which we are here today, because we all have a role to play to address the urgency of the moment and do what we can to eliminate gun violence. I want to acknowledge the work of numerous community organizations, advocates, and partners that helped us reach this point today. These organizations and leaders are on the front lines confronting systemic racism and many other challenges in their communities on a daily basis. And for them, these ideas for investments and change are not new, but long overdue. Generations of Portlanders and leaders in our Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and people of color communities have laid the groundwork that has led to activism, leadership, and engagement we have seen from thousands of Portlanders over the last year calling for racial justice and rising up for Black lives. These voices and this work has helped keep the focus of where it needs to be when we address gun violence or any other kind of violence or injustice in our communities. And that is squarely within community and on community. The other thing I want to appreciate is the tremendous accomplishment of collaboration to address this urgent issue by all my council colleagues and their capable teams, as well as our Multnomah County Chair, Deborah Kafori, and her staff, and our PPS and City of Gresham partners. We need our regional partners so that we have every tool available, every resource available, expertise and wisdom at the table to coordinate. And I'm grateful that they are with us in this work today and every day. I also want to appreciate the work of the Office of Violence Prevention staff and the community-based organizations working on the front lines and those committed officers who have taken the time to learn from community and respect and understand the important role that these culturally specific and community-based organizations play in reducing violence and preventing violence. And as we approach the warmer months, we also want to prepare our outdoor spaces, recreation activities, and schools for more activated spaces and time by community members after a year of quarantine and the emergence of communities outside of their homes. My colleagues and I also want to acknowledge that this is coming to council in a manner that matches its urgency and in a way that limits testimony to written submissions. And we wish this was not the case. And we hope those watching and the media covering this will encourage people to submit testimony and contact our offices. The reality is that this issue demands immediate action. And after months of community actions, protests, and votes demanding racial justice and a safer and thriving community, We felt that we've had years worth of clear and firm direction from our community to take immediate action on these issues. So I'm really appreciative of the 5 of us that we were able to work together to collaborate and really get this policy right. Here today to present the ordinance are policy directors Ricardo Lujan Valerio of my office and Mark Bond of Commissioner Ryan's office, followed briefly by Vicente Harrison from Portland Parks and Recreation. And then following this, we have several invited testimonies from each of our offices on this ordinance before we turn it back to Mayor Wheeler. So I'll turn it over to Rico and Mark to start us off.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. Good morning, Council. My name is Ricardo Lujan Valerio. I am the Policy Director for Commissioner Rubio.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Bond. I serve as Policy Director to Commissioner Dan Ryan.
Today, Mark and I will be providing an overview of Council Item 230-1, the city's response to gun violence. We will begin with the origin of the proposal drafted by Commissioner Rubio, Commissioner Ryan, and Commissioner Mabs, and we will close with a walkthrough of the ordinance language itself.
Thanks so much, Rico. This measure is a response to the serious increase in gun violence that we all have witnessed as a community so far this year. We know that this is a national problem and that communities across America are seeing similar increases in gun violence, but we also know that each community across the country faces unique circumstances and that Portland is no different. So far in 2021, the city of Portland has experienced over 280 shootings, over 90 people injured, and 18 gun-related homicides. The Portland City Commission had to respond to what is a clear and significant increase in gun violence. 4 weeks ago, Mayor Wheeler, in collaboration with EPAP, announced a proposal to address this urgent issue. The mayor's initial proposal served as a catalyst for an ongoing conversation that has led us to the proposed ordinance you all have before you today. Commissioners Ryan, Rubio, and Mapps responded to the mayor's initial proposal with one of their own, that instead of providing funding for police, the city disperse funds to community-based and culturally specific organizations that work directly with communities that are impacted by gun violence. Such CBOs have relationships on the ground and are able to interact directly with those impacted, whether it be the victim's loved ones, those who may be perpetrators, or members of the community at large who are impacted. By interrupting these cycles of violence, we can address the causes of gun violence at their root in a way that actually builds community and produces positive outcomes across the spectrum. There is strong evidence to support this kind of approach. A 2017 New York University study of over 200 US cities across 20 years found that 10 community-based organizations focusing on crime and community life in a city with 100,000 residents led to an average 9% reduction in the murder rate, a 6% reduction in the violent crime rate, and a 4% reduction in the property crime rate. Additionally, a 2019 study conducted by the University of Toronto found that multiple spheres influence the spread and prevention of gun violence, and that community-based organizations and social workers can and should play a key role in reducing gun violence. This final product that you all have before you today has been the result of input and feedback from all 5 council offices and has brought us to a place where we can deliver a unified response as a city. This ordinance directs city employees and resources to be deployed in specific ways while complementing actions taken by the Police Bureau. I'll now hand it back over to Rico to walk you all through the details of the ordinance. Rico?
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, so now we'll go over the ordinance sections and explain what the policy addresses. This policy is composed of multiple points that directly supplement partners and city offices. Starting off with Section 1A of the ordinance, it directs the Community Safety Director to lead the development of gun violence response plan. This will be in collaboration and coordination with other city bureaus and multi-jurisdictional and community partners, such as the Office of Violence Prevention Contractors, Multnomah County, the District Attorney's Office, the City of Gresham, Portland Public Schools, and other community leaders working on gun violence reduction. We understand that this is an ecosystem, and for that response to happen, it needs to be with everybody at the table. Section 1B directs the Office of Violence Prevention Director, the Community Safety Director, the Portland Chief of Police, to work with thought partners and current OVP contractors on establishing standards of collaboration and safety protocols. It also opens the space to reevaluate the way the city does contracts for issues pertaining to gun violence reduction. This came from continuing conversations with frontline community partners expressing their need to better understand the ways that government and non-government efforts intersect and may complement each other. Section 1C through 1G pertain to critical and needed funding for our community-based partners in the front lines addressing gun violence. These dollars, totaling $4.1 million, are dedicated for two specific purposes. The first one is $3.5 million that would be dedicated to organizations that are already partners with the Office of Violence Prevention. These funds would be used for intervention case management, wraparound support, aftercare support funds for families of victims, while still maintaining a high degree of flexibility for organizations to adapt and respond adequately on a changing landscape. The second part covers $600,000 of funds dedicated to emerging or small organizations that are willing and able to assist our efforts in reducing gun violence. These funds give the opportunity for new leaders that have not necessarily had the organizational infrastructure to be funded, but have the relationships and influence of communities affected by gun violence to partner with our OVP contractors and expand on community efforts. These funds will also allow organizations to adequately sustain their efforts to continue to strengthen their relationships with affected community members and proactively change the cultural landscape to curb the impact of gun violence in an immediate sense, while setting the foundation for a larger conversation in reevaluating our approach to gun violence in a holistic way. Section 1H resources Portland's Parks and Recreation with $1.4 million to scale up the Park Ranger program from May to December of 2021. As we enter the summer with more people getting vaccinated and outside activities beginning to increase, there will be a higher demand for capacity in our parks. This investment will allow us to deploy more park rangers to parks across the city to help with capacity demands. They will not replace police, but will continue to fulfill their existing roles as park rangers and as goodwill ambassadors who provide a positive community safety presence in our parks and surrounding neighborhoods. Vicente Harrison from Parks joins us today and will provide more information about the Park Ranger program, and I will turn it over to him after I run through the other elements of the ordinance. Section 1I resources the Community Safety Director with 2 FTE analysts. This proposal recognizes that in order for the city to be successful in the immediate and long-term sense on gun violence reduction, we need to adequately resource our ability to track and digest the impact of communities that our communities are having on this issue and how we are responding to them. It will also allow us to implement solutions based on what we and our partners are seeing on the ground and create benchmarks based on qualitative and quantitative data that becomes available from this collaboration that we're creating. Section 1J and 1K resources the Office of Management and Finance to house and support a community oversight committee. This part of the proposed ordinance relates to the Portland Police Bureau's initiative to create a focused intervention team mentioned by Mayor Wheeler in his opening. The Bureau will restructure internal PPP funds to make that happen. This item only funds that an analyst that the community committee will be resourced with and will live outside of the Police Bureau. Relating to this item, 6 additional detectives and 1 sergeant will be directed to work in coordination with Multnomah County DA Schmidt on investigating incidents. Lastly, Section 1L authorizes the Office of Management and Finance in consultation with the Community Safety Director to contract with California Partnership for Safety Communities in providing data collection for our collective efforts with community partners in creating a response to gun violence. This ordinance does have an emergency clause and would be effective upon passage, but our offices will continue to coordinate closely on implementation and execution of all the mentioned efforts. I will now pass it over to Vicente from Parks to give a run through of the Park Rangers program.
Thank you, Ricardo. Good morning, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioners Hardesty, Maps, and Rubio, as well as Ryan. My name is Vicente Harrison. I'm the Health, Safety, and Emergency Manager for Portland Parks. Thank you again for this opportunity to share with you how the Park Ranger program supports our community safety continuum and how this proposed investment in park rangers will benefit all Portlanders. As you know, the Portland Parks and Recreation is ramping up to deliver services and programs this summer in parks. Park rangers are essential in keeping our parks natural areas, and public facilities welcoming, and also activate safe and enjoyable spaces for all Portlanders. Park rangers provide services 7 days a week, including an overnight shift, with rangers covering nearly 12,000 acres across the city. The Park Ranger program is made up of a diverse group of 24 full-time staff, 1 parking enforcement officer, mainly focused on Washington Park, 1 supervisor, and a security manager. Scaling up the number of park rangers is a practice we do every year. During our busy spring, summer, and fall seasons, we hire seasonal staff. This year, we had planned to hire 13 seasonal park rangers. The city has also invested in more park rangers in the past, in times where we've seen heightened violence in our community. By the way, this is how I started my career with Portland Parks and Recreation, and Director Long has also started her parks career as a seasonal park ranger in New York City. The Park Ranger program is a unique model that relies on rangers having a specific set of skills and training that includes de-escalation, crisis management, anti-bias, cultural competency to gain voluntary compliance, and prevent escalation of community safety challenges. Rangers problem solve with Portlanders and community organizations in a way that helps instill trust and respect. Park rangers use a combination of educations and positive engagement to reduce harm and to visitors and park resources. When voluntary compliance cannot be met, rangers may issue exclusions or injections that may be used, as well as civil penalties in limited cases. Park rangers are not a replacement for police. They work with Portland Police to problem solve issues in parks that are beyond the scope of park rule violations. For example, criminal activity, weapons, threats, or other issues that a person would typically call 911. We partner with police and still need to refer these situations to that bureau. With the City Council's new investment, we will be able to quickly expand and enhance the Park Ranger program by 24 rangers to increase services across the city from May to December 2021. These rangers will support street-level outreach workers along with our partners and build trust and public support for community safety. The Park Rangers will continue to serve as goodwill ambassadors, providing a positive, highly visible, unarmed community safety presence in Portland parks and surrounding neighborhoods. Thank you again for allowing me time to talk more about the Park Ranger program.
Thank you, Vicente. Appreciate you. And thank you, Mark, for co-presenting this. I'll kick it back to Commissioner Rubio.
Thank you, Rico, Vicente, and Mark. Now we will turn the floor over to invited testimony. And we will read 3 names at a time. The list is still confirming as we speak. So as of now, we have about 12 at my last count, but that might change a little bit. So the first 3 we have are Chair Deborah Kafori of Multnomah County, Councilor Eddie Morales from the City of Gresham, and Danny Ledesma, Senior Advisor for Racial Equity and Social Justice at Portland Public Schools.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor Wheeler and members of the Portland City Council. My name is Deborah Kafori, and I am your Multnomah County Chair, and I'd like to thank you for inviting me to testify today. I am very encouraged by the proposal that the Council is voting on today, and Multnomah County looks forward to working with the city in new ways to help bring an end to the cycle of gun violence harming our community. The city and the county have a long history of facing the toughest challenges together. We do it every day in the Joint Office of Homeless Services. We do it in emergency situations like severe weather events and with public safety.
I recently welcomed Commissioner Hardesty as my co-chair on the local Public Safety Coordinating Council, where the county and city have partnered with our public safety partners for years. So collaboration and partnership, and even in response to gun violence, is nothing new, but the severity is unlike anything we've seen before. And that surge in gun violence coincides with a year unlike anything we've seen before, a year that has presented our community with some of the deepest losses and steepest challenges we've faced in generations. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted people's senses of connection, stability, and security. And what we've seen as a result is increased rates of violence in people's homes and on our streets. To address these challenges, there needs to be a heightened level of partnership and coordination across all levels of government. We saw the seeds of that collaboration and how this proposal was crafted, and it will come to bear even further as we put this plan into action. But more importantly, this crisis requires an all-hands approach between government, community-based providers, and members of the public. This is an issue that local government simply cannot step in to solve by itself. It requires leaning on and supporting the relationships and the resilience that already exists in community. Multnomah County has long leveraged partnerships with and allocated support to our community-based organizations. Their staff are the ones who are closest to the challenges, the needs, and the barriers community members face, and they are the faces and the names that people trust. I'm encouraged to see that this proposal leans into that approach because we know that's effective at closing gaps and creating change on the ground. Multnomah County is also committed to responding to this crisis through our established lanes of work. We're looking to invest additional resources in our services and supports that meet the behavioral health needs of youth and families. And we also know that the violence of a shooting doesn't simply begin and end with the perpetrator and the victim. It harms their families, their friends, their neighbors, and the neighborhoods in which it happens. The county is looking to expand our wraparound supports that we provide to address the breadth of the trauma that shootings cause. Interrupting the cycle of gun violence also means that we need to address the underlying trauma at multiple levels with additional safety net and behavioral health services that directly address the upstream causes of gun violence and help build resilient people and resilient communities. One of the most notable examples of that is the approach that the Sun school system and all of its partners, which continue to serve as neighborhood hubs for young people and their families. Sun school sites offer case management to help establish stable homes, connection to health and mental health services, and assertive engagement and support activities for those youth who are struggling. And we'll look to add even more of these kinds of services. We'll continue to enhance the efforts within our Department of Community Justice to proactively engage with their clients to address their needs and seek their assistance. We're also working with the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office through a partnership with our Health Department and Community Justice to develop an initiative in East County that focuses on a more holistic approach to gun violence. But the county is only one part of the all-out effort we need to interrupt and break this cycle that is bringing immense harm and hurt to our community. I'm grateful that this proposal puts forward actions to stem the tide of violence. But we, both the city and the county, must see this as an entry point, not a victory. We have to keep listening to community, to what they tell us they need, what they tell us can work, and to the urgency in their voices. We can stop the cycle of gun violence. And I believe that this proposal brings together the partnerships, the resources, the coordination, and the approaches that it will take. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we have Councilor Eddie Morales.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioner Rubio, Hardesty, Maps, and Ryan. Thank you for your service to the residents of Portland and to our broader Portland region. My name is Eddie Morales. I'm the council president for the city of Gresham. And like the city of Portland, we've had shifts in our leadership this last year. We are now a council that is majority people of color. The majority of our council, including myself, lead from our own lived experience, and share a greater commitment to community engagement. Our council also values collaboration and partnership, and we look forward to building stronger relationship with you, our community-based organizations, and our county commissioners. We understand that by having stronger collaboration, we can increase services and help ensure the needs of our residents are met. We know that the residents of Gresham, Portland, and our neighboring cities in East Multnomah County, including Troutdale, Wood Village, and Fairview, don't live expecting that their safety and safety net will change as they cross a city or county boundary. They have the right to be safe and to be cared for regardless of where they find themselves. For this reason, and because I have personally been a victim of gun violence, guns have taken 2 of my brothers way too soon, 1 in Portland, and too many friends to name. I'm here to thank you for your efforts to tackle gun violence with an innovative approach that relies on the expertise of culturally specific community groups, proven public health data, and partnerships with other governments, and not simply relying on violence to address violence. We must work together as neighboring cities, along with our school districts and county, to tackle this problem, because we're all losing too much. Over the next couple of weeks, I will be bringing this to our council and asking them that we join you and the county in this endeavor. I will also bring in culturally specific groups in Gresham to the conversation as we craft our own culturally specific response, including Go Get Your Child, Women First, Beyond Black, Playgirl Learn, Human Solutions, Latino Network, A Programa Hispano, Apano, and East County Raising, just to name a few. I want to thank you for your leadership and for paving the path for real and sustainable change.
Thank you. Danny Ledesma.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler, members of the council. Thank you for having me. My name is Danny Ledesma. I'm the Senior Advisor for Racial Equity and Social Justice at Portland Public Schools. On behalf of our board, our superintendent, and our staff, we want to thank you for your continued support of our students and schools and the opportunity to express our support here today. PPS is thrilled to continue to partner with the City of Portland, with Parks and Recreation and Multnomah County to bring prevention-based solutions to end the cycle of gun violence that's been plaguing our community. After the year we've all experienced, we are more than ever focused on working in partnership to meet the academic and social needs of our students and families. And we are supportive of the ordinance before you today and the demonstration of leadership through collaboration. We are also trying to take a community-centered approach in developing plans for summer enrichment programs that engage students in safe, engaging, and fun activities. Research and our lived experiences tell us that when youth are engaged in positive, safe, and enriching activities with caring adults from their community where their cultural identity is affirmed and their potential is nurtured and cared for, that they will thrive. Research also tells us that resilient and safe communities invest in community-based solutions implemented by community-based and culturally specific organizations. And for too long, investment has not aligned with what we know works. And so this summer will be different. We are partnering with SUN agencies as well as culturally specific and multiracial organizations who understand the needs of our students and their families. And we intend to leverage investments from the state, the efforts by the city and the county by investing district resources toward academic and enrichment programs this summer with opportunities for youth employment and programs that we know contribute to preventing violence. We hope to continue to partner deeply with Portland Parks and Recreation and their Park Ranger program. And we look forward to sharing more details about this next week. Our community has recently demonstrated how effective we can be when we work together. And through collaboration, we can make a difference in the lives of our young people who are facing unprecedented rates of gun violence in our city right now. Thank you for your support. Thank you for letting us be at the table. Our students and our families need all of us more than ever. And so we're in full support of the ordinance before you. And if there's anything that we can do, we want to continue to be good partners.
Thank you. Next, we have Paul Lumley, NAIA Executive Director, Lakayana Drury, Founder and Executive Director of Word is Bond, and Jenny Lee, Deputy Director of the Coalition of Communities of Color.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for addressing this urgent issue of gun violence in our community. And thank you for the honor of appearing before the City Council today. My name is Paul Lumley, and I'm a citizen of the Yakima Nation. I'm also the Executive Director of the Native American Youth and Family Center. Our organization was initiated in 1974 by parents and volunteers who were alarmed that most of the Native students in the public school system were not graduating. We saw the urgent need for getting our youth off the streets into a healthy lifestyle that leads to high school graduation and beyond. NAYA is located in Northeast Portland, and we serve an urban Indian community in the broader metropolitan area. NAYA is youth-centered, family-driven, and elder-guided. The purpose of my remarks is to express NAYA's support for the proposed ordinance that addresses gun violence in our city. By way of background, NAYA has been working with the city's Office of Violence and Prevention contract for more than 10 years. The work of reducing gun and gang violence is important to the success of our youth, their families, and the community as a whole. Many of our youth and families are living in fear because of the number of shootings taking place at or near where they live. They are seeking safer options for stabilization. NAYA supports the increase in safe access to parks and public areas in the city, as we know these spaces can be invaluable alternatives to street violence. Native youth are also disproportionately represented in the juvenile justice system, which is why prevention and intervention strategies are critical to the success of our urban Native youth. The proposal is a breath of fresh air for our organization and our community, given that the funding available to build a more robust and holistic, culturally specific program that will further serve the needs of the Native youth by providing culturally relevant alternatives to street violence. Additional grant funds will also allow NAYA to cover our true expenses, which was also requested in our advocacy letter to the city earlier this year. NAYA is grateful for the opportunity to support the proposal by the commissioners and looks forward to being a collaborative and trusted partner in this joint endeavor to improve our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have Lakayana Drury.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio, for allowing me to speak today. Mayor Wheeler, members of council, appreciate the opportunity. I want to start by saying I had a conversation with a young man last night who just graduated from one of our PPS schools. And 2 years ago, he was in a meeting with me and Mayor Wheeler at City Council, sharing his ideas on how young Black men and police can bridge the gap and the differences between the two groups. Today, he's on crutches and recovering from several gunshot wounds after a shooting incident this past winter. And his friend who he was with did not make it. And that story represents the stark reality of what we're in right now. He hasn't spoken to anybody since the shooting. He's not in any kind of counseling. He's not enrolled in college, although he's more than capable of being in it. And it speaks to the lack of a plan for Black youth in our city. And so I see this plan that's before us today as the tip of the iceberg of what needs to happen in order to uplift all of the young people and Black communities in our city. We talked about the fact that there's roughly 100 people involved in the shooting violence that's happening in our city, but it impacts every single person in our community. Seeing this come forward and having the entire city council behind it is very encouraging, because a united city council means more results for the members of our community. But I also want to remind us that this cannot be the ending point. We can't pass this and then, brush our hands off and move to the other issues. It's going to take a sustained effort. And we have to look at things, we have to look at the root causes of this, including education, employment, housing, and family services. So all of those have to move if we are going to really impact this issue. With the suggestions in this proposal, we also need to make sure that there's accountability for these measures, that we're looking at what are the success rates, how are we measuring success, what are the outcomes that these issues are going to be impacting, and utilizing the vast resources. There are so many resources in this city that there's no way that we can't solve this issue, but we have to be willing to take big, bold action, and City Council has to be united on these efforts or it will cost Black lives. So I'm incredibly encouraged by this. I think there is a lot more work to be done, and us in the community, we are ready to do our part. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jenny Lee.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. For the record, my name is Jenny Lee, and I am a registered lobbyist for the Coalition of Communities of Color, where I am the deputy director. And we're an alliance of culturally specific, community-based organizations working to take collective action for racial justice. And you're hearing from a number of our members today. Thank you so much for the invitation to speak. I'd like to express our gratitude to you all for seeking a solution that meets the devastatingly urgent need we are facing, and particularly to the community leaders who have dedicated so much to serving and working to keep communities safe. There is much to be said about the need for this proposal as well as its many strengths. But most of all, I would like to lift up the transformative potential of the infusion of flexible resources to trusted, culturally specific service providers to intervene. This component of the proposal was in many ways co-created alongside community partners, and it is a highly targeted approach at intervention that is combined with the flexibility for providers to be responsive to urgent and emerging needs and provide the services that they do so effectively. These partners are the experts in doing this work. They hold the relationships. They know who is vulnerable to involvement in gun violence, and they know which interventions work to stop it and how to build the supports in so that folks are able to stabilize and have better opportunities. Now it's time to trust in this expertise, experience, commitment, and wisdom of community partners to serve. We know that ongoing services will also be needed to continue supporting young people and their families and accessing jobs, education, and overall stability. And we also must commit to the cultural identity development that draws on the strengths of young people and on the entire community's assets. We know that this is only the first step, and ending gun violence will require meaningful resources to meet the need now and in years to come, including adequate funding for not only intervention, but prevention, and the attendant social services, and the staff and organizations who do this essential work. When our communities are under-resourced and all too often over-policed, we will not address the fundamental disparities, the systemic racism that has denied folks opportunity, or end the traumatic experiences that are driving the heartbreaking violence we see today. But today, we can make progress toward responding to this crisis as we work in the broader context of a recovery of racial equity to dismantle the systems that have caused this harm. So thank you again for your commitment to building a truly safe community that gives Portland's youth, families, and communities a chance to thrive.
Thank you so much, Jenny. Next, we have Antoinette Edwards, Gloria Ochoa Sandoval, and Elliot Young.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the mayor and the commissioners. I just want to share a quote from Do Zentamata. It is easy to judge. It's more difficult to understand. Understanding requires compassion, patience, and a willingness to believe that good hearts sometimes choose poor methods. Through judging, we separate. Through understanding, we grow. And I would say a poor method is losing sight of the united goal that we all have together, and that's about saving lives. And I really want to extend a heartfelt thank you to the commissioners that I had an opportunity to speak with. I saw your compassion, I felt your understanding and your willingness to work with this beloved community. I am just gratified by the opportunity that we can work together And I hear the consistent theme of collaboration. Together, we can get there. And I am so grateful for the opportunity to work with you. And thank you again for your willingness to listen and for us to come together to make a difference and save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Ochoa Sandoval.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. For the record, my name is Gloria Sandoval. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm the policy director for Unite Oregon. I'm here today to share our organization's strong support for the gun violence reduction proposal in front of you, and we urge every member to vote in support. Unite Oregon is a community-based organization dedicated to organizing immigrants, refugees, people of color, and working class folks of all backgrounds towards a more just and equitable world. The escalating wave of gun violence in Portland and the United States over the past months has disproportionately impacted the people we serve. Our communities feel deeply unsafe in our neighborhoods at a time when we're already experiencing unprecedented precarity and poverty due to the COVID pandemic. We're disappointed that this item was brought forward via a process which limits public testimony because we'd like you to hear this from our community members directly. The communities we serve are also disproportionately impacted by police violence, from surveillance, profiling, and harassment to citation, arrest, and incarceration. As we have said time and time again, the Portland police are working with violence, and we do not believe that the answer to gun violence on the streets is to meet it with uniformed violence. That's especially true when we know that police violence will be predominantly inflicted on Black Portlanders, as was the case for the gun violence reduction team and its earlier incarnation, the gang enforcement team. Expanded policing is not a serious solution to the serious problem of gun violence. That is why we support the proposal in front of you. We believe that the best opportunity we have to interrupt the cycle of gun violence is to invest in proven, effective community-based programs that center those directly impacted by gun violence. These programs are comprehensive. Outreach workers visit hospitals after shootings, assist with funeral arrangements, support families with food and educational assistance, and work within communities in culturally responsive and trauma-informed ways that de-escalate violence. That is the path to real community safety and exactly what kind of programs we need to invest in to reimagine public safety in Portland. People are dying and we need to take action. We urge you to pass this thoughtful community-based proposal, and we commend Commissioners Rubio, Hardesty, Maps, and Ryan for bringing it forward. We need strong investments in authentic community safety programs, and this proposal is an important step toward just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Next is Elliot Young, Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing.
Thank you. And I should just say, everything that Gloria Ochoa Sandoval said, I would reaffirm. I want to start out by saying that I'm co-chair along with Taji Chesamet of PSEP, the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing. We are a very democratic organization, so I cannot speak without us taking a vote, and there simply has been no time. But more than half of the members have reached out to indicate that they support this proposal. Everything we've heard today, we know Portland urgently needs a response to gun violence, but I think it's important to understand also the broader context. Violence overall in the city has actually declined dramatically since the 1990s. Even overall violence from 2019 to 2020 has dropped. So what we're talking about is a very specific problem of gun violence and homicides, which have doubled last year and are on track to nearly double again this year. At PSEP, we have heard hundreds, if not thousands, of community members call for non-police responses to public safety issues. And when I heard the proposal being made by the city commissioner, finally, we are hearing a proposal that is responding to what we have heard for so many years from the community. Back in June, Mayor Wheeler tasked PSEP to review core patrol services of the PPB, and the overwhelming majority of feedback in town halls, work sessions, an online survey on the MAP app that everyone can see indicate a desire for non-police community-based solutions to a wide range of issues, including the epidemic of gun violence. We'll be back to City Council in June to present our recommendations, our broader recommendations about public safety. But in terms of gun violence, what community members have been telling us is they want to support the work of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, which adopts a public health approach and funds community groups with people with shootings. Currently, the OVP only has a budget of $1.6 million, and this proposal goes a long way to fully funding that important work that goes on with the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Police do have a role in stopping gun violence, as the City Commissioner's proposal suggests. But rather than using police to harass large numbers of Black people, resources should be directed towards investigating the gun violence in the city and supporting communities to end cycles of harm and recidivism. In other words, the preemptive policing practiced by the gun violence reduction team was ineffective and harmful. But beefing up gun violence investigations on the back end can be helpful. And this is something that this proposal does. If we look back to a 2000 study that was commissioned by the city with the California Partnership for Safe Communities, we see that it is a limited number of people who are directly involved in these shootings. And so what we need is the police to direct their resources towards investigations and use community groups to intervene with those people who are involved in that gun violence. We must also, as this proposal does, strategize to build capacity for the organizations to work on upstream prevention strategies, something that my colleague on PSEP, Lakiana Drury, pointed to. We need prevention strategies that build community-wide approaches to acknowledging and building support around traumatic loss, grief, and toxic stress related to gun violence. Finally, we know, based on the evidence, you need to shift the conditions and environments to prevent violence before it happens in the first place. So the long-range upstream response is really important, because we can't just be acting after the shooting has taken place. Finally, if we're ever to achieve a more peaceful Portland, we must start with a new approach to violence in our community. The current over-reliance on police to solve all of our public health problems is neither good for police nor for our city. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you today.
Thank you, Elliot. Next, we have Pastor J.W. Matt Hennessy, Jan Elfers, Pastor Ed Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio, and thank you to the mayor and to the City Commission for the opportunity to address you today. I come to you today on behalf of the interfaith, for the record, my name is J.W. Matt Hennessy, and Hennessy is not spelled like the cognac with a Y on the end. It's spelled Hennessee. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. Thank you for hearing us. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to also be in place of those families and individuals who have lost their lives, who have been injured, traumatized in many ways. Our being here today and the action that you are taking today is action that will save other lives and that will provide the opportunity and the doorway for less Black and brown young men in particular from losing their lives. As we approached you, we were grateful that you, in an amazing way, heard us, was willing to listen to us, was willing, even if you disagreed with us, did not marginalize us. As we met with other groups, we were grateful that we could do what Portland, in the 32 years that I have lived here and have worked here and have volunteered here, we're able to do, and that is to share and to recognize that we may all see the same issue, but have different paths to get there. But that should not get in the way of our ability to listen respectfully and kindly to each other, and to, at the end of the day, be grateful for the finished product. IPAC came to you with a both-and approach, recognizing that on the one hand, we have a serious public health issue with the number of people who have lost their lives to gun violence on the street. And we recognize that the pandemic and other economic issues came to bear that caused that to happen. So we see this today as an important first step, as many of the other speakers have said. We stand in total support of the direction that you're taking today. We are grateful for the investments that are being made. We are grateful for the fact that you and your staff members have done a great job in working with us and listening, and prayerfully we've done the same thing when it comes to you. Our work is just beginning. As has been said, this is not the end, this is a beginning, and a very good one. It is our belief that ultimately we must deal with the very systemic issues that cause gun violence in the first place. There have been many people who have talked with us about the fact that there's a lot of this happening in other cities. And our belief, and I pray yours, is the fact that we are not any other city. We are Portland. When I was chair of the Portland Development Commission, I used to say often, there is no problem that will come before us that together we cannot solve. And today I see you being willing to move in that same direction. I want to also say that as we look at each of the pieces of what we're talking about today, each of the component parts of the proposal before you, that it will lend itself to help us move in a different direction. It will also help children be able to know that their mom or their dad is going to be safe. It will help them feel safe on the street. I'm immensely inspired by where we are and what's going on today. Long term, I served for 4 years as chair and 10 years on the International Preschool Education Foundation, located in Ypsilanti, Michigan. It's done the only longitudinal studies for what happens when we give and are involved in early childhood education. Life effects are such that people live fuller lives, less involved in the criminal justice system, and more likely to graduate from high school, graduate from, and by the way, do great things. And so I hope that as we get to the long term, that we can remember a number of component parts that make it work. And so on behalf of IPAC today, I'm grateful. There will be 2 or 3 other IPAC speakers. Antoinette Edwards was one of them who worked on the front line with me, and I'm grateful for her work as well. And I just want you to know that one of the things that you are doing is providing the opportunity for young men who would be potentially on the other end of a gun. They can see their dreams come true. And so as I say my last words, I'm mindful of the young man, Sammy West III, who was one of the casualties of this last year. The Miss Smith, who lost her life right up the street from where I'm sitting right now, and the gentleman who in Dawson Park lost his life just a matter of 1 month ago. And so I'm grateful that you're taking seriously the need to move in this direction. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a partner and a friend in our group, determined to do everything we can to support your efforts. Thank you again for the chance to speak today.
Thank you. Next, we have Jan Elfers from EMO.
Commissioner, I don't think she's on today.
Pastor Ed Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio, and I recognize Mayor Wheeler, Commissioner Ryan, Commissioner Mapps, and Commissioner Hardesty. My name is Edward Williams. I'm the executive pastor at Mount Olivet Baptist Church here in Portland, and am a member of EPAP. I am saddened by the circumstances that have caused us all to be together as we are today, and as we've been working so hard over the last few months, that so many lives of Portland citizens have been lost due to gun violence. But I'm encouraged that we have come together for the purposes of trying to stem that violence within our community. In my career as a pastor, I've done way more funerals than I care to number. And in those funeral services, we typically will, as is the case now, they'll do a video pictorial of the life of a person, showing them from birth to death and a lot of occasions in between. And in many of those pictures, you will see folks smiling, and you'll come away from that with fond memories of how a life was lived. But in this situation, I had an occasion to watch a video pictorial of the number of lives that were lost. Many young lives, many bright lives, many lives with potential. And it just broke my heart that as these pictures and names scrolled across the screen, that they just kept going and kept going and kept going. And so I say all this to say to us today that while we have reached this point in this process, let us be mindful as to what we are doing, the charge that lays before us. We do not want to be watching another video pictorial of many, many lives that have been needlessly lost to gun violence in our city. So I pray that all of the community partners and all of those who will now fully engage themselves in this process will do the real work of trying to save and to change lives. I heard someone say that we should be making sure that we measure the outcomes of the programs. And I trust that we will do that we will keep our eye on the ball and not get lost in the celebration of the moment, not get lost in the accomplishment of the hour, but realize that there are many more hours and many more days ahead of us. We want our city, we want our community to be back on safe, sound, secure, stable footing as a community. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you for this time. I pray for us all that we will do well in the days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. We now have our last four. I think I haven't seen any more added on, and we should probably, looks like it's a natural stopping point there. Tony DeFalco, Executive Director of Latino Network, Police Chief Chuck Lovell, Retired Assistant Chief Modica, Gina Ronning, Restorative Justice Expert.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio, and thank you, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. It's my honor and privilege to be with you here today. My name is Tony DeFalco, and I come before you as the Executive Director of Latino Network. And we come before you to speak in strong support of the proposal that you all have crafted. Latino Network's mission is to positively transform the lives of Latinx youth, families, and community. We have operated for several years a youth empowerment and prevention division, which has a small suite of programs focused on key values of cultural specificity, a strengths-based approach, a focus on youth and the family unit, and a holistic approach to addressing the needs of young people and families in our community. We offer mentorship, safe spaces for youth, case management, pre and post support for youth and families involved in violence. We come before you today as a community that is heartbroken by recent losses in our community. We recently buried a young program participant whose family and himself were involved in our programs for many years. Our staff are heartbroken, our community members are heartbroken, our families are hurting. This is an urgent situation, and we are very grateful to see you all understanding the urgency of not just this moment, but the urgency of this time. We have been calling with many of our partner organizations for increased investment in community-based approaches for many years. Even with modest investment, incredible work has been done by many organizations in the sector to address the needs of our young people and our families of color ravaged by decades of disinvestment, racial profiling, exclusion from opportunities, among other disparities. And the investment has never been enough to scale up and truly meet the needs of our communities. So today represents a first step, a down payment, if you will, on increased and sustained investment in the community-based approaches that we know of right now, and that we look forward to seeing increased approaches, innovative approaches that we haven't yet seen in the community. And only with investment can you see that kind of expansion of existing programming and innovation in new forms of programming to meet the needs of our communities as we evolve. We have partnered with the Office of Violence Prevention, and we want to make clear that with these resources, the OVP takes a flexible and less rigid approach to working with our communities and the CBOs that represent our communities to provide flexibility when times change, to provide for community self-determination in generating the approaches and identifying the goals for the work ahead of us. We really like that this proposal seeks to invest in both established and newer approaches. Like any sector, innovation is key, and the specificity of serving different communities is paramount. We also like that it moves us toward a multi-jurisdictional approach. These issues do not respect boundaries, and we need to leverage and weave together programs at the county, in particular, that support our families. We focus on families as the unit, and youth are part of that, and we weave together programs across mental health, education, behavioral health, and other supports that create the conditions for success of youth and families. And the last thing I want to leave you all with is a call to action across sectors, because as you've heard today, this isn't just about gun violence. This is about the lack of investment in our communities across the portfolios that the city maintains. This lack of investment has led to decreased opportunities for young people and families to access economic opportunity and to build wealth. It's led to decreased opportunities for the ability to safely build your own business and have that business move beyond just the current crisis to continue to build wealth. And so we call on you as you begin to explore how to address the incoming ARPA funds and create a budget to double down on racial justice as the lens for those investments. And we ask that you look creatively at all of the portfolio, environmental portfolio, the Water Bureau, the Development Bureau. Please do not forget any of these bureaus where investments in our communities equal parts of the solution here to gun violence, in addition to what's in front of us today. Thank you for your effort, and thank you for bringing this proposal.
Thank you. Next, we have Chief Lovell.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubio. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. Gun violence prevention work is some of the most important work that we do as police. And at the heart of it is victims, real people in our community who are gunned down, shot, families who are hurt and suffering. We want to come to this work in a way that's transparent and supported by the community. I come to this work with the perspective of a Black man and a police chief. And I have deep connections to the African American community. That's where I've spent most of my career serving. I want to assure you that we want to be a good partner in this work. We want to come to this work in a way that's supportive of the community values. And we know that how we show up and how we interact in communities, particularly communities of color, is critical to building trust. And that's the foundation upon which we will build to do many other things in the community. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's put their input in for this ordinance, EPAP in particular, for all their hard work, and many of the other community voices. And I also want to thank the officers who are out on the street every day, providing good service to the community. We are welcoming community input to guide and inform our work going forward. I want to give people just my personal assurance that this is going to be work that we're going to do in the utmost equitable and transparent way going forward. And that's all I have. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Chief. Now, retired Assistant Chief Modica.
Commissioner Rubio, I'm not sure he was able to join today.
Gina Ronning.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council for letting us have this opportunity to be before you today and share our thoughts on this proposal. For the record, my name is Gina Ronning, last name spelled Ronning. And I am the director of a restorative justice education program serving adults in custody at the Oregon State Correctional Institution. I've been doing that work since 2010. I am also a restorative justice practitioner, consultant, as well as advocate, activist, and member of EPAP. I want to share with you my perspective from a restorative justice lens. First of all, Mayor Wheeler, I want to personally thank you for the language that you used in your opening statements regarding the call for more restorative approaches in our city and in our processes. I believe that the call for reform will not be possible without re-examining the way in which we actually implement solutions. Restorative justice is not simply about creating restorative outcomes, but it's taking a very serious look at the way in which we communicate, the way in which we solve problems together. And this is sort of a radical approach that I believe is very fitting for a city with radical roots. As far as gun violence, I've been personally touched by this issue in a couple of different ways. As we know, we've been talking about gun violence in the broadest sense of the term, and that is an issue that is prevalent in our communities in a variety of ways. I am a survivor of domestic violence. I know what it is like to live in fear for my own life under my own roof, with the only thing stopping a shotgun bullet going into my head was a small piece of plywood and a floorboard of my house. I also was on the ground floor in 2017 during the Vegas massacre and the mass shooting that took place, and experienced undue trauma to that event as well. And so I have a personal passion for looking at this issue of gun violence in the United States, but particularly in our own communities, as well as looking at this from a restorative justice lens. I want to say that I commend everyone for your diligence and willingness to listen and collaborate and truly hear the different voices, even if the voices on this issue may have been different from your own or if you had a different perspective. It's really difficult, I think, at times to collaborate when at our hearts maybe we don't see the other side, or we have very strong emotions about how a certain strategy should be implemented. I would just state that from a restorative perspective, I encourage everyone that as we move forward with this work to continue this spirit of collaboration and listening to understand, not just listening to hear. And I say that because the work that we have ahead of us requires long-term sustainable foundations that will allow the work to be successful, not just in this moment, but in the future. When we look to do work of transformation, what we were doing is we were tackling giant systems, mechanisms, institutions that were put in place, some of them of which their roots are founded in things like racism and oppression. And to change those systems overnight isn't going to happen. This is going to require work and voices from every corner of our community to come together and figure out a comprehensive and robust plan. And I feel that the proposal on the table is a very good starting point in that direction. I would also encourage us to lean in and to do the work of what it means to actually transform. I think that radical abolition is very different than reducing dependency, because what I've heard in this room is a call for us to reduce dependency on policing, to reduce our dependency on violent strategies for engaging in community issues. These are all issues that I personally support, and I know that EPAP support as well. But the question isn't whether or not we reduce our dependency on these systems, but how do we reduce our dependency so that we do not further harm and do not create vacuums in our community which have unintended harmful consequences. It is my position from a restorative justice lens that the police, however harmful their history, however harmful their culture that we are seeking to transform, is that they are a stakeholder. They are part of this community, like it or not, and that we have an obligation, particularly white allies have an obligation to re-examine and figure out what it means to transform systems of oppression. I feel that abolition in its radical form is an easy cop-out, if you will, for white folks in particular who sort of wash their hands and say, well, I don't like this system, I want to be an ally, so we're just going to get rid of it, without actually having to look at it and deconstruct the very pieces that our own communities ultimately put into power in the first place. And so I believe that transformation requires not only listening, but working with those that we sometimes vehemently oppose or struggle with in order to change consciousness, because it is that consciousness change that ultimately changes culture and ultimately changes systems. And so if we are not radically abolishing the police as an institution, then we have no choice but to work with in a collaborative form in the hopes that we can build pathways of understanding to create that deep systemic change. At the same time, I would say that reinvesting, and I'm not even going to say reinvesting, but maybe even investing for the first time in community programming and interventions to get at the root causes of harm doing in our communities must be a city priority, and you are doing that now. And like so many others in this room have already stated, this is the tip of the iceberg. It is the beginning of a long journey to systemic change. But I fully support all of the programs that you are putting into place. And I look forward as a citizen and an activist and an engaged restorative advocate to be a part of those conversations as we move forward to enrich and create a more holistic approach to ending violence in our communities. With that, I thank you for your time and thank you for your work on solving this complex issue.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes the list that we have. So I'll turn it over back to you.
Very good. And colleagues, ordinarily on a 4/5 item, we don't have people who have the ability to sign up for public testimony. It's my understanding that a couple of people did. Would anybody object if we allow that public testimony? I think it's only a small handful. Megan, how many folks signed up for public testimony?
We have 3 individuals on the call.
Why don't we go ahead and give them a shot? They've been listening and waiting patiently. Let's open the mics up for them, please.
Okay, first is Dan Handelman.
Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. This is Dan Handelman again with Portland Cop Watch. And I do want to start by saying it's really good to hear the collaboration and the introduction by the mayor, where there's an apology for past harms the police have done. I am feeling privileged because I happen to have signed up for an earlier council agenda item and was able to speak here. The 4/5 item should not be used so long as there is a pandemic going on. If you were in city council chambers and this item came up, anybody who was sitting in chambers could have walked up and asked to testify, and we could have organized people to come in and testify. This is not a bad proposal. I have not had time to talk to my group about it. I looked at the city council agenda on Friday. We had a meeting last night. I mean, not on Monday night. And then on last night, you all posted this proposal on the web, and I have an overnight to look at it. I did not have time to go back to my group and talk about the specifics of this proposal. So, and 2 weeks ago, there was another 4/5 item that got put forward. That was an amendment to a contract that the Portland Police Association runs for the 911 operators. I don't understand why that was such an emergency that it couldn't wait a week so that you could have public testimony. In the past, you would have had people, voices like Joe Walsh, who, rest in peace, used to come and scream and yell when he disagreed with what you were doing. And you would be able to throw him out by having him ejected by security. But now all you have to do if you don't agree with somebody who's speaking to you is push a button and hang up on them. So I think you should really be open to more testimony. I brought this issue up around the Joint Terrorism Task Force report that happened earlier this year. And I repeat for all the new council members that public testimony is allowed on reports. It's up to the presiding officer to decide whether or not to take testimony. And it's really important. You know how important it is to this community for public to have input. I appreciate that the discussion today is not centered around having more police officers. But again, if you had taken an extra week, you could have done more in the media. Their voices calling for more police officers have been very loud and been echoed not only by the Police Bureau itself and Police Association, but by the media. And you would have had more time to build more community support for this alternative idea. And I don't know how much time I have left because my computer's way behind where we are in real life. But one of the things that's been talked about is to fill the holes in the Police Bureau by rehiring officers who retired. Given how upset most of the officers were that retired, I don't think that's a very good plan. And it's really not fair for them to retire and then double dip and come back and get their retirement pay and then get paid as police officers. But I really am glad that this is not focusing on trying to plug the holes by hiring more police. And as you know, it takes like 1.5 years to train and put a new officer on the street. So that's why it's very good that we moved away from this idea of $2 million for reinstituting the gun violence reduction team, and instead looking at community-based solutions where the people who are affected by the violence that we're talking about can talk. And my last point as a part of a peace group is to say that people learn violence works from watching people in power and how they use that violence. And it's already been kind of brought up that the police use violence to solve problems. They used it many, many times last summer against protesters. They use it in violence against members of our community. I also mentioned in the Quantas Hayes settlement that there had been no killings of Black Portlanders between the death of Keaton Otis in 2010 and Quantas Hayes in 2017. But then there have been 4 just since 2017, which were Quantas Hayes, Rel Johnson, Andre Gladden, and Patrick Timmons. So something's going on out there. And when people see the police doing that and getting away with it, I think they have ideas. They get ideas. That's how you solve your problems. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan.
Next is Edith Gillis.
Thank you. For over 40 years, I have been insisting that you do this collaborative, community-based, multi-jurisdictional approach, and that you include more stakeholders than even this does, and that you apologize and make reparations. So thank you for moving in the right direction. What I wanted to celebrate so many good components of this, but I run out of time with my traumatic brain injury. I sometimes make mistakes. And so I think I'm going to go to those parts that are not involved. I want to make sure that the community members who are most impacted by gun violence and their surviving families are included. I want to see more about domestic violence, sexual assault. I want to see more representation by the unhoused people, Portlanders denied the right to housing, and more for the LGBTQIA and 2+, especially poor Black trans women who are murdered. TD was murdered by a cop. I want to see more of the formerly imprisoned and caged and currently paroled Portlanders. I want to see those who are Indigenous, the bottom of all socioeconomic political categories and all harm. I want to see immigrants, refugees. I want to see IRCO involved, and Paulo Renault Catalani, fantastic. I want to see those who are stuck in pain, fear, trauma that we call mental health crises or mentally ill. I want to see those who are not fluent in English when they are traumatized and surprised. I want to see those who have been police victims and Pacific Northwest Family Circle having more of a voice. I want to see those have more of a voice and power, have different abilities and disabilities. I saw a peaceful deaf interpreter being beaten near to death, his back broken in 2011, pulled out dead, and I prayed and saw him brought back to life through prayer, but denied ambulance support by the police. And he's not giving any support. I want to see sex workers, rape, and human trafficking victims. My 2.5-year-old daughter, 7.5-year-old son were kidnapped, be sold into prostitution for drug money 27 years ago. I want to see more Latinx. I want to see those who have been attacked by police are often worker activists, union activists, especially migrant farm workers, day workers, local farm workers. I want to see support for Latinx, Hispanic, Chicanos more. I want to see voiced by those who are reformed perpetrators, former fascists, and former abusers. I want to see those who are attacked by police, the idealists, the impasse, the prophets, the police activists, and protesters who've been most targeted. I want to see us doing more to address those who are still having perpetual trauma. My adult children, ages 35, 30, and 27, are still traumatized and incapacitated off and on, even Easter weekend from the police shooting me to death 14.5 years ago. It doesn't end. I'm in perpetual pain, and you know how I have traumatic brain.
Edith, I'm sorry to interrupt. You're a minute over time, but as we discussed during our last council session, you're getting far afield from the ordinance that's under discussion today. Can you bring it back and make your conclusion?
I was at my last sentence saying that continue what you're doing, but include engagement by those who are more affected and those who know how they themselves were transformed.
Awesome. Thank you for being here. And Megan, was there one other person?
Yes, Susan Peters.
Hi, Susan.
Mute. There we go. I got it figured out.
You got it.
Hey, thank you so much for allowing me to be here remotely. I'm the mother of a son, a 40-year-old son, that was shot and killed at the Acropolis February 27th in the parking lot, along with his friend, good friend's brother, younger brother, who's, I think he was 37. And they were both shot. And my younger son, who's 30, I got my ages all mixed up. My daughter's, I think he's 32 now. Well, anyways, he was with them. All four boys had well, the two older boys had a tile business years ago, and the younger brothers worked with them. All four of them worked together. They were going out to their truck after the bar closed at 11. A vehicle pulled up behind them with three young men. I don't know what ages they were, but they were Black and they had guns, and they shot two of the boys. One was transported to the hospital, later died. My son was left on the pavement. It was gang related. There was three of them with guns. The boys were unarmed. I want it to stop, and I want to be part of the solution because everybody lost that night. One choice to use those guns was made where everybody lost. Both the boys had children. My son was a good father of a 4-year-old daughter that we had just celebrated her birthday that day earlier. I live in Lincoln City. My son was raised in Lincoln City. His friend's brother was raised in Depot Bay. This is hit home. And it's the gang activity. And I watched a Dan Rather program about sex trafficking in Portland back in 2012. But it's not about the drugs anymore. It's about the sex trafficking. And I just want you to be aware that this mom is not happy and wants to do something about it. Portland's not my town, but both my sons lived there. And I thank you for hearing me. I really appreciate it, but something has to be done about the gangs.
Susan, thank you for being here. Thank you for providing your testimony. I know that it is re-traumatizing for you to share this story, but it's an important one, and I want to thank you for taking the time and the effort, and frankly, for having the courage to come forward and share this story with the Portland City Council and those who are in attendance to remind us why we're all here today. We're here to do our level best to work together to save lives. And so I really appreciate your sharing your story and reminding us why this work is so important. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's still pretty fresh.
I'm sure it is. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
All right, so colleagues, that concludes the formal presentations and public testimony. I'm certain my colleagues would like to make statements. We can either do it now or do it in the context of the vote. I've already made my statement, but what is your preference, colleagues?
Context of the vote for me, yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Hardesty's giving a thumbs up. Mengus, good. All right, with that, Megan, please call the roll.
Ryan.
And I'm first. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the testimony. Thank you for the most recent testimony we just heard. You're in my heart at the moment, Susan. Well, I want to just start off by saying what a great day it is for the city of Portland. I'm really, really grateful that we got here today. As I look back at the past 3 weeks, what really stands out is all the work that has gone into getting to this point. I have the privilege of serving with 4 colleagues who care passionately about our city, and we all hold strong opinions about how best to serve. And that also means that we bring many, many strengths to the table. I tend to be a relationship person, bridge builder, if you will. I like to get to consensus. I'm well aware it's not easy to do it. And I'm also really into system change. I'm an activist in that regard. And I know that real change begins when you really start facing the ground and you build it from the ground up. So I'm just grateful to have the opportunity to work with my colleagues by knitting together relationships that are based on shared values and common goals. I also want to mention that I was particularly grateful to place a couple of phone calls on March 13th. Commissioner Rubio picked the call, and then I called Commissioner Mapps a little bit later, and it just started building from there. And particularly you, Commissioner Rubio, what you've done with this issue, it's been wonderful to work with you and to help turn this page for the city. To be muted, by the way. The issue of gun violence and of community safety is incredibly complex. Despite this, and despite the limitations, with us all working in remote places, I witnessed so much intricate work being carried out by the staff. And I'm sure that most of the public knows this, but we can only talk to each other, elected officials, one at a time. If it's 3 of us, we need to have a public meeting. So we really do rely on our staffs, our SAGE staff, to move the work. I can tell you right now that the City of Roses has a lot of hope because the staff dedicated so many hours and hours to ensure that we pass a policy that meets the needs of community and that addresses the root cause of gun violence. Why I'm focused on staff, I want to focus on my own staff, especially Chief of Staff Kelly Torres, who has been a true champion on this issue and manages on a daily basis to try to figure out what's going on in my head. And I also want to acknowledge Policy Director Mark Bond, who you heard from earlier. His hard work really helped get us here today. The work in front of us is that of community, is building a community safety system. Let me repeat that, we're building. Now is the time to take some big steps and to be bold. We worked on this policy. As we worked on this policy, we wanted to make sure we elevated Mike Myers, the new Community Safety Director, to ensure that he had the tools to guide the work of revisioning community safety across bureaus, as well as how the city engages with community-based organizations. I'm also passionate about ensuring the Portland Police Bureau does the necessary work of reforming itself from the inside out. Part of that process means reallocating police to focus on gun violence with clear oversight. Let me say that again, with clear oversight. However, this work will take time. It'll keep building, and that's why this is a beginning today. For those of you who think this is naive, I encourage you to research the city of Camden, New Jersey. Mark Bond brought that up earlier. The city was once dubbed the murder capital in 2012. The city and the city's police department began refocusing its efforts to address root causes of gun violence. The police force started building real personal relationships in the community. The results have been clear and a drastic reduction in gun deaths. It's pretty amazing when you look at the current data on Camden and you compare it to other cities in New Jersey. So Portland is not Camden. However, if we take an example from them and invest in community, both through community-based organizations and through real police reform, we can address the crisis that we currently face. After today, the real work begins. The mechanics of moving the work forward, implementing what we are about to pass, and actually building a community safety system that serves our city. Building such framework will require us to break down the silos and work together in ways we have never done before. I want to thank proactively Chief Lavelle, Mike Jordan, Nike Green, Mike Myers, and everyone else in the city that will be involved in this critical work. As again, we bring down those silos starting within the city. These groups have to learn how to work together collaboratively in order to realize the collective vision we have for our city. This is the work, and it's a step forward to real system change. It won't be easy and definitely won't be comfortable, but it is paramount in addressing the violence impacting our community. I see today as a groundbreaking, if you will, for a true community safety system. With this ordinance, we are laying the foundations, and from here, building from the ground up. I'm so grateful that my colleagues and I could land in a place where we all support this measure. It's no secret that this body represents a wide array of perspectives on the issue, and finding a unified path wasn't easy, but it will always yield the best results for our city. And I hope that all Portlanders can take a page out of our playbook on this. We need you, and you'll be having some tough conversations on the ground, and we expect you to stay in that room and listen to one another, as it was said earlier. To everyone who has called, emailed, testified, marched, protested, and found your way to make your voice heard on this issue, thank you. Your voices have impacted where we landed today. Regardless of your opinion, I ask you to get involved, find your place on the map, and stay involved. Our city needs you now more than ever. I ask you to be a helper, to commit to the work in whatever way you can. This means sitting down at the table, having the hard conversation, staying at the table, even when the conversation doesn't go your way. It is your continued involvement that helped this body get to where it is. And it will be your continued involvement that ensures this critical work is successful in the long term. This shared commitment is now shared in new and exciting ways. And as you know, we have a deepened partnership between the government and community. We are moving forward. Less demoralization of others and more unification for a safer city. Today, I have hope, and I think you should too. Let's work together. Let's build together. I vote aye.
Hardesty.
I want to thank all the community members who showed up to provide testimony today. And I want to especially thank my city council colleagues. And I want to really narrow in on Commissioner Rubio. With Commissioner Rubio's leadership, there was an opportunity to actually talk to people who are working on the ground addressing community violence daily. I appreciated her taking the leadership with Commissioner Ryan to meet with these service providers to find out what worked and what didn't work. Based on that analysis and based on my own research of reading the grant reports that come in quarterly, here's what we know. We know that there are some things that the Office of Violence Prevention does well. But we really need to change the dynamics of how the Office of Violence Prevention works with its community partners and how the police work with those community partners. Today, there's a perception that these community outreach workers are at the beck and call of policing in the city of Portland. We need to change that. We need to modify the role that the Office of Violence Prevention plays and make sure that they're actually providing the role that they are providing. It was just a short year ago that we stopped counting in my office 57,000 emails from community members demanding a racially just police department. It was just a short year ago that we had 700 plus people show up to provide testimony to demand that we think differently and that we do not use the same solutions to the same problems that we have. We know the day after the budget vote last year, the police put out a press release saying because of these programs disappearing, that we would be, it was the reason why gun violence has shot way up. Well, guess what? All the data shows that simply was not true. You can't stop a program on July 1st and on July 15th, make a declaration that somehow it was failed. Someone mentioned that we started this work a few weeks ago. No, we didn't. We started this work right after the budget vote last year, when we started convening with our county partners, with the DA, with Gresham City Council, with the sheriff and the police bureau. Here's where we have agreement to, and what we know was that we actually convened with Dr. John Jay from Boston University, and we did that over we had 4 meetings with him. For people who don't know, Dr. John Jay is an expert from Boston University who looks at violence and how violence actually perpetrates itself in local communities. And what he knows from his decades of research and the work that he's done on the ground is that violence actually happens in communities that have lacked public investments and public spaces where people can actually gather. When we started this journey on this particular proposal, first the one that was announced at a press conference that my colleagues and I had not seen, but when my colleagues started working internally on developing a counter proposal, we took a deep dive into all the contracts that currently exist within the Office of Violence Prevention. And we prioritized making Healing Hurt People a real program. Because prior to our vote today, that program was operated on a temporary basis and only had one person to respond to one hospital. To me, that's not a program. That's a pilot. That's something you're testing out to see if it works, but that's not a program. With our actions today, we will make this a real program. Let me also say that since the pandemic began, domestic violence calls to 911 are up anywhere between 150 and 300 calls per month, depending upon what month it is. I have not seen a plan yet on how we're going to address the huge increase in domestic violence. What we know is that child abuse reporting is way, way, way down because required reporters have not been engaging with those young people. As of yet, I've not seen a plan on how we're going to address the huge rise in child abuse cases when those children start interacting with the public again. What I know is the best cure for violence is a living wage, family wage, employment opportunity. And the theme that went across every grant application were three. We have young people who have not attained educational achievement. Two, they have no opportunity or do not see a path to a living wage employment opportunity. And three, they've lost a sense of hope. What we are doing today is actually giving these young people a sense of hope. What we're doing today is starting the pathway towards making sure that we are investing dollars where they will make the most good. We're also at the front end of transforming our police department. And we can't do it by saying we're going to do it. We have to do it intentionally. So what are we going to do about that? Well, we've been working on putting a proposal together for a truth and reconciliation process. That will be a long process, but I am so thrilled that Chief Lavelle has agreed that his officers will participate for a 6-month period internally. Because honestly, Portland Police Bureau is not ready for a community conversation yet around truth and reconciliation. But I am so happy that we have a police chief that understands the necessity for that work to happen behind closed doors first. Then we as a community will come together, and we will be coming together prior to that to talk about a lot of truth and reconciliation issues. But when it's time for the community and the police to come together to start reimagining what community safety looks like and what role the police should play, we would have done the homework. As someone said earlier, transformation is not an easy process, and it's not without pain. We are making a decision today that we will not reinstitute failed programs of the past so that we can have a knee-jerk reaction of being responsive to some loud voices. This work continues, and my colleagues and I work every single day on this issue. So we don't just do it when we're in front of the city council. We are working on this issue every single day. I would have preferred a process that would have allowed more of the public, more community organizations to actually have been able to participate in this today. Unfortunately, we had to make a choice between whether we move quickly, which is what we're hearing from the community, or whether we use our normal processes, which would have taken 30 days for our action to be implemented. I am proud of where we are today, and I am really, really proud of my colleagues who withstood the pressure to, again, provide a knee-jerk reaction, and instead looked deeply, did their own research, and didn't take anybody's word for it, and actually developed a proposal that I am extremely proud of. Does this work stop after this vote today? No. There are many, many, many community members who will continue to be engaged, as they have been ever since last year, and helping us transform police. I heard somebody say the police need to transform themselves. The police will never transform themselves. It is our job, the community, to transform the police and then hire police that fit our vision of where we're moving. On Monday this week, the mayor and I had a town hall with Black men. And the town hall was really focused on one key question. Please share your first experience interacting with police. What age were you and what was the outcome? Anyone who has not listened to that town hall, I encourage you to go on my commissioner Facebook page and listen to it. Because though it still makes me almost cry to hear that most Black men, most Black boys have their first interaction with police somewhere around 10, 11, or 12. And let me tell you, that interaction with police at 10, 11, or 12 stays with them for the rest of their life. Most did not have a good experience. Most felt totally humiliated, intimidated, and many had guns pointed at their face. Trust is a process that you build one step at a time. Those Black men who had the courage to participate on Monday night in that forum must be a part of the transformation. And many, many other people who don't speak out publicly, who don't have access to the mayor's office, who aren't invited into the police bureau voluntarily, those voices must be the center of how we transform policing in Portland. I will end with this. This work will not happen overnight. And there is no one expert on what needs to happen and what the approach is to take. There is no one expert. All of us have a piece. All of us can be helpful. But at the end of the day, this is a community effort. The community has demanded it. And we will not let one voice outweigh other voices. We will make sure that those most impacted are the voices that are centered. I am pleased, I am thrilled that my colleagues came up with a proposal that centers those most impacted and gives them the resources to regain hope. I am happy to vote aye.
Maps.
Mr. Mayor, colleagues, today is the 97th day of the year 2021. And so far this year, Portland has seen 25 homicides. At the same time last year, we had about 2 homicides. This situation is unacceptable and demands action. And that's why we're gathered here today. It is time for Portland to adopt a smarter approach to ending gun violence. The proposal before us today represents a focused and balanced approach to bringing peace back to our streets. This anti-gun violence proposal focuses on planning, prevention, accountability, and anti-racism. The proposal before us today does at least 4 things that will make Portland safer. First, we make a significant new investment in gun violence prevention programs. Second, this ordinance provides for a more robust police response to gun crimes. Third, we establish a new Citizens Oversight Committee to oversee the Portland Police Bureau's gun crime prevention work. And fourth, this ordinance provides Portland's new community safety director with the authority and the resources needed to reinvent Portland's public safety system. These actions represent an important step towards reinventing Portland's approach to gun violence. Our next public safety system must end violence on the streets of Portland while also reflecting Portland values like prevention, rehabilitation, accountability, and anti-racism. Reinventing Portland's public safety system along these lines is not a sprint. This is a marathon. Where are we in this marathon? We are not at the beginning of this race, nor are we at the end of this journey. In fact, we are here today because of the years of hard work and hard conversations that came before this day. In particular, I'd like to thank the Interfaith Peace and Action Collaborative for their contributions to this conversation. And as a point of personal privilege, I would like to thank Antoinette Edwards, Reverend Hennessy, and my colleague on City Council, Joanne Hardesty, for the contributions they have made to the conversation about racial justice and public safety here in Portland. And I'd also like to recognize the Portlanders out there who are tuned in this morning and look at the package of reforms that we're voting on today and wish this council had done more. Let me reassure you, more is coming. In the coming weeks, this council will set a new budget for Portland's Police Bureau. We are currently in the process of renegotiating our contract with the Portland Police Association, and this council is setting up a new system of independent citizen oversight for the work that the Portland Police Bureau does. In conclusion, the violence prevention strategies we adopt today and the public safety reforms we will adopt in the near future are an important step towards a long overdue reimagining of Portland's approach to restoring peace in our streets. The public safety system that we're building towards must bring down gun violence while also reflecting Portland values like prevention, anti-racism, and accountability. That, Mr. Mayor, colleagues, and neighbors, is why today I am proud to vote aye.
Rubio.
I'd like to echo my colleagues in appreciating those who presented today and the community members who testified. Thank you for sharing your very important words. Already there's transformative work that's happening in our communities, and it takes an intentional, holistic approach to do so from every single sector. And I'm honored to know many of them and look forward to learning about more and celebrating and honoring their work today. Almost 2 months ago, we took a moment to honor and remember those lost to gun violence in Portland over the last year. And its impact was really profound. And it also underscored that this last year was among the most challenging for so many of us, maybe even in our lifetimes. And along with the gun violence, isolation and quarantine, coupled with the traumas of the housing crisis and economic impacts, systemic racism, income inequality, and the lack of adequate access to testing and now vaccinations in our vulnerable communities. All these things have taken an even harder toll on folks already experiencing a challenging environment. And these things too are violence enacted in our communities as well. And it takes a public health approach to ending this violence through creating the presence of a safe, healthy community where everyone thrives. And as leaders, it's our challenge to broaden our gun safety approach to include other indicators of health and safety, like living wages, access to food and basic needs, pro-social activities, and access to parks and green spaces, housing, and economic opportunities. We heard that in so much of the testimony today. I'm very proud of the proposal that we're voting on today because while it plays a role, this proposal goes beyond just enforcement. It includes enforcement, but it goes beyond to invest in upstream solutions to tackle disparities faced by many of these impacted communities at their root and replacing and rebuilding it with a system that supports them. I'm very grateful to my Chief of Staff, Adriana Miranda, and my Policy Director, Ricardo Lujan Valerio, and Senior Policy Advisor, Cynthia Castro, for the many hours they put in meeting with community stakeholders, collaborating with other offices and bureaus, and crafting this proposal. And a big thanks also goes to Kelly Torres, Carly Edwards, Katie Meyer, Derek Bradley, Mark Bond, and Sam Adams for staying at the table to get this right on behalf of all of us. I also want to sincerely thank my fellow commissioners and the mayor for staying open and committing to engage authentically with one another, and especially with the community, with urgency to move this important work forward. Our proposal's better for that engagement, and our work will be better yet in the future for that engagement as well, because our work is really just starting here today. So I'm very proud today to vote aye.
Wheeler.
I gave my statement up front, so I won't take the microphone a second time. I just want to thank my colleagues for this collaborative effort. I want to state what my colleagues have stated. This is not the whole program that we're talking about in the context of this ordinance today. There are other steps we are obviously taking to address this urgent issue in the community, but I strongly support the elements of this overall package, and I want to thank my colleagues for their efforts. I vote aye. The ordinance is adopted. Colleagues, we are adjourned. Thank you.